Chapter 592, Myriad Gauze Parasol. Reverie _ Brother. Big Metalhead hurriedly climbed up in a single movement, ran behind Ling Han, and said to Feng Wei-Chi in an extremely arrogant manner, the one surnamed Feng, seeing our big brother, why haven't you knelt down to pay respects? This guy was really a fox exploiting a tiger's might. Feng Wei-Chi instantly revealed a baleful expression. This guy who was always bootlicking actually dared to speak to him like this. The world really was turned upside down. He swept a glance at Ling Han with a grim smile, and said, Big Metalhead, which nerve of yours went wrong to actually rely on an immature brat? Nonsense, Ling Han's not smelly at all. Hunyo said indignantly while pointing at Feng Wei-Chi. Yes, Ling Han's not smelly at all. Helian Sun Shui also cried injustice, and even breathed deeply on Ling Han's body as proof, looking somewhat smitten. Brother, this guy actually dared to curse at you, beat him to death. Big Metalhead said ferociously, he already betrayed Feng Wei-Chi anyway, so he could only live if the latter died, and obviously wouldn't mind stabbing the other person. Ling Han laughed, and said, Alright, you go. Big Metalhead was first delighted, but hearing the two words, you go, he instantly revealed a bitter smile. If he could go, would Feng Wei-Chi even have the chance to be the boss? He hurriedly said, Brother, I can't. How can men say no? Ling Han said seriously. Brother, I'm not a man. Big Metalhead said shamelessly. He'd rather have his stick sliced off than fight with Feng Wei-Chi. It would definitely end in death. Feng Wei-Chi now definitely hated him to the core. Go. Ling Han kicked Big Metalhead, who instantly flew out, ramming towards Feng Wei-Chi. You court death. Feng Wei-Chi snorted. He took out a sanguine saber and sliced at Big Metalhead. 9 flashes of saber chi flew out, showing his impressive martial arts talent. Save me. Big Metalhead unleashed his weapon to ward off blows whilst shouting. He was only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, but Feng Wei-Chi was at the 9th layer, and even reached the peak stage. As he couldn't break through to the spiritual infant tier, he sharpened his cultivation at the flower blossom tier to an extremely solid level, and reached a battle prowess of 15 stars. Big Metalhead wasn't at genius level, so how could he be well matched? In only 2 moves, he was struck flying by the saber, and blood splattered as he fell beside Ling Han's feet with a paw. Why have you come back? Didn't I make you cut off that guy's damn head? Ling Han said with a smile and kicked once more. Big Metalhead spat out blood while hugging tightly onto Ling Han's feet and weeping. Brother, I'll really die if I fight anymore. Hugging so tightly means you still have strength, and aren't lacking ability to fight. Ling Han launched his foot again, kicking Big Metalhead out. Big Metalhead might look pitiful and obedient, but thinking about the dirty dealings he'd done, why show sympathy for such a person? Just let the 2 dogs bite each other. Boss, I was wrong. I was wrong. Big Metalhead betrayed once again, kneeling before Feng Wei-Chi. Boss, I had no other way. This brat was going to bust my anus, so I had no choice but to betray you. In truth, my heart was always with you, boss, and there was never a moment where I thought of betraying. Even Feng Wei-Chi shivered. He'd seen shameless people, but never one so shameless. He laughed grimly, and said, Since that's so, you can take revenge by killing that brat. Big Metalhead raised his head, stunned all over the face. There was no playing like this, both having him take the vanguard when he was only so capable. They thought too highly of him. Not going? Feng Wei-Chi's eyes beamed with an ominous glint as he clenched the saber in his hand a little tighter. I'll go, I'm a bastard if I don't go. Big Metalhead hurriedly stood up and turned to face Ling Han, wearing a sour expression as tears flowed out. He walked towards Ling Han, but after a few steps, he said, Brother, boss, how about everyone sit down, drink tea and chat, and discuss martial arts? Get out the way. Feng Wei-Chi was first to find it unbearable, hacking with the saber from behind. Pooh! Big Metalhead was instantly cut into 2 parts. He looked coldly at Ling Han and said, "Since you've come here, don't think of going out." "Is that so?" Ling Han smiled slightly and observed the surroundings. "What is this place? Does a dead man need to know so much?" Feng Wei-chi said coldly, and took out an umbrella, small and dainty. He tossed it up in the air, and it automatically opened, revolving round and continuously enlarging. "Since I'm a dead man, then what does it matter if I know a little more?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Like I said, a dead man doesn't need to know that much." Feng Wei-chi shouted sharply, and that parasol instantly unleashed a strange power. All space that was shrouded by it underwent a strange change. Ling Han was slightly surprised, because he suddenly couldn't feel the 5 elements spiritual qi. "Ha ha ha, discovered what's wrong." Feng Wei-chi laughed loudly. This was left from the ancient period. It's Myriad Gauze Parasol, which can blot out the sun and cover the sky. Now, I've covered the 5 elements spiritual qi with Myriad Gauze Parasol. Flower Blossom Tier warriors are strong because they can draw the blessing of heaven and earth's spiritual qi with every strike and erupt with 100 times their power. But now, the 5 elements spiritual qi has been eclipsed by Myriad Gauze Parasol, and when you can't borrow power, you're only a tiny bit stronger than the spiritual pedestal tier warrior. Ling Han was astounded, and said, "This truly is a good thing." He also cultivated physical arts concurrently. If the 5 elements and thunder spiritual qi were all obstructed, then he could still fight a spiritual infant tier with his own brute force, right? Die! Feng Wei-chi charged over, and as the saber swept by, the power of lightning was raised. "No wonder you chose to obstruct the 5 elements spiritual qi. So you actually cultivate the power of lightning." Ling Han suddenly realized. He drew his sword to greet the enemy. As expected, the 5 elements spiritual qi had been obstructed, and his sword attack couldn't receive the boost of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, deceasing sharply in power. "That's right. Unfortunately, you found out too late." Feng Wei-chi brandished the sanguine saber. With a ding, the treasured sword cut the sanguine sword, erupting with a chain of sparks. "What?" Feng Wei-chi revealed a shocked look. Under this attack, Ling Han actually didn't get sent flying. Could it be so coincidental that this brat also cultivated thunder-type arts, so he luckily didn't get restrained? Wrong, that sword had no thunder spiritual qi. How can you block my saber?" He couldn't help but ask. "Want to know?" Ling Han laughed loudly. "Use the secrets here to exchange." "Don't dream." Feng Wei-chi shouted loudly, and swung the saber at Ling Han again. Ling Han sighed, and said, "Don't be so sure, or else it'll be awkward later." "Die! Die! Die!" Feng Wei-chi roared, and kept swinging the saber, trying to cut down Han on spot. Ling Han was fearless. His physical art improved quickly, and was not far from the level of his origin power. Even in the situation where he couldn't borrow heaven and earth's spiritual qi, he still possessed 15 stars or so of battle prowess. Once he became serious, Feng Wei-chi immediately fell into a disadvantage. Chapter 593, Ancient Dynasty's Treasure Vault. Reverie _ Exchanging less than 10 blows, Ling Han knocked away the sanguine saber from Feng Wei-chi, and placed the sword on his neck. He laughed mischievously, and said, "Now can we talk? If you want to kill, then kill." Feng Wei-chi actually didn't show any sign of fear. He looked coldly at Ling Han. "But, you'll also die soon." "Oh, could you possibly know how to cast curses?" Ling Han said with a smile. If Feng Wei-chi really had a treasure like the bottle of curse, he might have some scruples. "My son is a spiritual infant tier elite, and a peak stage spiritual infant tier at that." Feng Wei-chi laughed loudly. "When you kill me, he'll immediately sense it, and no matter where you hide, he'll find you and kill you. I really thought you weren't afraid of death. After all that, you're still threatening me to make me not kill you." Ling Han shook his head, patted him on the face with a smile, and said, "Who doesn't fear death? Being able to live fine, of course no one wants to die. You can tell me about the situation here. We don't have any grievances anyway, so it's not like I can't spare your life." Feng Weiqi sneered, and said, "Don't imagine it. There were definitely no false words in what I just said. My son is absolute Saber Sec Small Saber King. If you don't believe it, you can ask anyone." Ling Han stroked his chin, and said, "Usually, I've only seen the second-generation juniors brandishing their parents' banner to act recklessly. Never had I thought that I'd have encountered one who relied on his son's reputation to act like a tyrant. It really has refreshed my outlook of life." He knocked out Feng Weiqi with a single palm and stored him inside the Black Tower, planning to properly interrogate him. "This parasol is so beautiful." Losing Feng Weiqi's control, that parasol fell down from the sky and was held in Hellion Sun Shue's hand as she fondled it admiringly. Ling Han approached to take a glance, then couldn't help but frown, and said, "This doesn't seem like the original, but a replica." The parasol handle and the canopy had vein-like patterns carved on them, but the marks were very new and didn't seem like an ancient article. If this spirit tool was newly crafted, then there wouldn't be just one. Moreover, these materials were only of the 6th tier. Did that mean that if there were 7th tier, or 8th tier materials, a stronger Myriad Gauze parasol could be made? This Feng Weiqi needed to be investigated carefully. Ling Han and Hunyo entered the Black Tower, while Hellion Sun Shui could only sulk again. Ling Han looked at Feng Weiqi and said in a calm tone, "Tell me all the details about this cave." "Huh, you're dreaming." Feng Weiqi seemed quite a ruffian, but there was still fear in his eyes. Suddenly arriving at this inexplicable place from the cave was beyond common sense, making him involuntarily feel fear. Could he have lost consciousness for many days? Ling Han smiled slightly, and said, "In here, no one can say no to me, and you're obviously no exception. I have all the ways to torment you, just see how long you can preserve. Bring it on. If I say anything in weakness, then I may be TCH. Feng Weiqi said with his neck raised. "After half a day. I'll talk, I'll say anything." Feng Weiqi screamed tragically. In this half a day, he suffered various unimaginable tortures: burning, drowning, burying and making him die, then come to life, and then die. It was truly worse than death, and he couldn't even die even if he wanted to. He now only sought to be freed. "You really are Small Saber King's old man?" Ling Han asked. "Yes, I'm really his father," Feng Weiqi said, gasping for breath. His eyes already lost focus, as if he'd become foolish. "Why did you come here?" Ling Han asked. "When my son was exploring historic sites, he discovered clues about this place. He came here first and received a few ancient articles," Feng Weiqi replied. "But my son is focused on cultivating, so I came here to manage the excavation project." "What is this place exactly?" "I'm not too sure either. I only know that it belongs to an ancient dynasty from hundreds of thousand years ago," Feng Weiqi said. However, it was what he said next that jolted Ling Han's mind. That ancient dynasty wanted to open the skies and transport the entire vast lands into the God realm, but failed. This place is only a treasure vault of that ancient dynasty in its former years. Opening the sky, it was about opening the sky again. Ling Han was shocked. That ancient dynasty was truly bold and daring in seeking to ascend with the entire vast lands into God realm, making all mortals divine citizens. Thinking about it gave one the feeling of being on pins and needles. "Say, how many treasures have you dug out from here?" Feng Weiqi explained one by one, and as Ling Han listened, he was more and more shocked. This place had primarily puppets. Other than gold, silver, and iron, there was a diamond puppet, though it was only one, and was long taken away by Small Saber King. If this type of puppet were to fully unleash its might, it was equivalent to a deity transformation tier elite, and what was more terrifying was that it possessed a considerable intelligence. Additionally, gold, silver, and iron skin puppets were far from the amount that Ling Han saw, and all were taken away by Small Saber King. As for what Small Saber King wanted to do, Feng Weiqi didn't know, either. He was only excavating this historic site in his son's stead. Other than the puppets, the battleships that Ling Han saw previously were only divided into two types of gold and black. The black battleship could pose a threat to the Flower Blossom tier elites, and there were 100 vessels of this kind. The golden battleship could annihilate spiritual infant tier warriors, but there were only 10 vessels. This place only had one left, though, as the others were all in the hands of Small Saber King. Fortunately, this golden battleship wasn't by Feng Weiqi's side, otherwise, Ling Han wouldn't have taken down Feng Weiqi so easily, and would instead be hunted down. The golden battleship was not only more powerful, but was also a flying-type treasure. It was only 100 meters long and flew extremely fast, but also exhausted a lot of origin crystals. Blackwood Island was well fortified, so Feng Weiqi never thought that he would have the need to use this large-scale spirit tool. Other than this, there were various practical spirit tools like the Myriad Gauze Parasol. This certainly was a replica, because the real article was already damaged, but even the replica could still make deity transformation tier elites unable to sense spiritual Qian extremely terrifying thing. Ling Han exclaimed inwardly, just how powerful and prosperous was this ancient dynasty? This was only one of their treasure vaults, but the various treasures excavated here already made him shocked. However, the most important was still that obelisk. It was said to be related to a mystical power, and only that this obelisk hadn't been unearthed over the 3 years. The power of lightning was too frightening, greatly affecting the undertaking's progression. From the information Small Saber King obtained, that ancient dynasty had a total of 4 mystical powers, sealed separately in 4 treasure vaults. The one here was called Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, and was the weakest of the 4. The most formidable one was called 9 Deaths Heaven Art, and had the ability to disrupt life and death. Small Saber King cared very much about this mystical power, and would inquire about the excavation of the obelisk from time to time. If it weren't for his special identity, he'd actually rather personally keep watch. Now, I've got quite the bargain, Ling Han said. Chapter 594, Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Reverie _ Ling Han exited the Black Tower and arrived in front of the obelisk. The workers already dispersed in fright, and it was absolutely empty here. Han, you're ignoring me again. Helian Sun Shui said with a disconsolate expression, appearing really upset. Ling Han was speechless. This Hai Niu had been aggressive, condescending, and extremely domineering back then, but now she was actually like a doormat. The discrepancy before and after was so great that he couldn't get used to it. Facing such a Helian Sun Shui, it was very hard for him to connect her with that domineering princess before and have any killing intent towards her. This is a tremendous muddle. Ling Han sighed. He really didn't know how the two would end after Helian Sun Shui recovered her memory. Helian Sun Shui pulled on the hem of Ling Han's clothes, revealing a content smile on her delicate face. She was a little lady, desiring too little. No one's digging, guess I'll have to do it myself, Ling Han said. He wasn't the type that liked to enslave people, and since the workers all ran, he wouldn't capture those people to get them to continue to work. Hu Niu also appeared. The little girl's claws were extremely sharp, and using them to dig, they couldn't be better. The workers from earlier didn't dare to get too close, and excavated 30 meters away, forming a deep pit. Feng Weiqi fired Saber Qi with the Sanguine Saber and sliced away from afar, cutting off the stones on top of the obelisk, so the progression was extremely slow. Ling Han took large strides forward, and the obelisk was as if it came to life, with flashes of lightning intertwining. Suddenly, a flash of lightning fired out, striking Ling Han. Ling Han was instantly sent flying, with black smoke rising from his body, and his flesh was actually somewhat burnt. It was truly frightening. His physique was on the level of a 6th-tier rare metal, yet was actually burnt with a single strike. The power of the lightning was not to be underestimated. With a thought, Ling Han immediately activated the Thunder Battle Armor. It was rather interesting to see how things would end if he pitted lightning against lightning. He advanced once again, and another flash of lightning was released. This time, the thunder battle armor unleashed its might and blocked it, and they interwove with each other and formed a densely packed white current. The sight was very shocking. The thunder battle armor seemed to have activated on its own, and carried out an arts battle with the obelisk. That power was already far beyond what Ling Han could wield, and the entire cave was full of lightning. The current was like a whip, lashing the cave's walls, leaving deep gashes on them. The entire cave was trembling as if it were about to collapse. Fun! Hunyo shouted cheerfully and rushed over. Go back! Ling Han hurriedly shouted. He could only resist relying on the thunder battle armor, or else he would definitely go into the Black Tower. The little girl was freakish, but she probably couldn't resist such powers of lightning. However, against his expectations, Hunyo was actually in the lightning as if nothing had happened. Not only so, she also seemed to become the center of the lightning as her body turned into a bottomless pit, absorbing the endless lightning. Ling Han, Nyo feels so strange. Hunyo said. In her eyes were strange arbitrary scenes. There was the annihilation of stars, the death of elites, emitting the endless vicissitudes along with boundless pressure. Hellion Sun Shui shivered. Even if she was actually a heaven-tier elite, she couldn't resist this pressure and sat abruptly onto the ground, shedding cold sweat like rain. Ling Han also almost knelt down, but Black Tower vibrated lightly in his dantian and emitted a supreme presence, expelling Hunyo's coercive pressure and making him return to normal. Hunyo, hurry up and withdraw from there. Ling Han already knew this lightning couldn't harm Hunyo, but her change was also extremely strange. Moreover, he always had a hidden worry whether Hunyo's human-shaped spirit base would revive and take over Hunyo. The obelisk and the thunder battle armor shone brilliantly, and the vein-like patterns on them continued to disintegrate. In an instant, all the lightning disappeared, and the entire cave became pitch black. The torches were all extinguished by the lightning. In the darkness, Hunyo's entire body glowed and emitted a shocking aura. At this moment, she was no longer the gluttonous little girl. It was as if she reincarnated into a supreme being that could shatter the highest of heavens and penetrate the depths of hell. If it weren't for the support of the Black Tower, Ling Han would definitely be lying on the ground without even the strength to move a finger. It was clear just by seeing Hellion Sun Shui, who already shrunk into a ball, not even raising her head. The thunder battle armor on Ling Han shattered into pieces and decayed. The essence within the battle armor was drawn completely, turning a 10th-tier material into scrap iron. The obelisk also suffered heavy damage as its lightning power became extremely weak. Hunyo fell straight onto the ground, falling unconscious. Ling Han hurriedly ran over and carried the little girl in his arms, sensing her aura. Fortunately, she only fell unconscious, and the various functions of the body were not damaged at all. Where exactly did this little girl come from? Ling Han sighed and held back his curiosity, placing the little girl into the Black Tower. Hellion Sun Shui stood up. Her gaze seemed somewhat hazy, and her entire person was also somewhat out of it as she walked towards the obelisk. Her mind was now somewhat unclear as she reached out with her delicate hands and pressed onto the part of the obelisk that was laid bare outside the rocks. You're also going crazy? Ling Han hurriedly leapt over, wanting to pull her back, but this girl's physical strength was also extremely frightening. He actually couldn't pull her back. Hellion Sun Shui's hand already pressed onto the obelisk, and instantly, Ling Han only felt a mighty memory shock, forming a munificent sight before him. A martial artist physical turned into lightning and battled fiercely in the skies. He was truly powerful. Whenever he suffered an attack, his body of lightning could evade the attacks, and when releasing punches, the power of lightning erupted, annihilating everything. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, a mystical power. Originally, this mystical power was protected by the power of lightning, and definitely couldn't be learnt so easily, but the thunder battle armor and the obelisk had formed an intriguing interaction. Then, Hunyo entered randomly and absorbed a large amount of the lightning power. The obelisk also lost its protection, and the mystical power legacy was inherited easily. Characters shown in Ling Han's consciousness: He was now cuddled with Hellion Sun Shui, so this Thunderclap Ninth Heaven's legacy simultaneously fell on the both of them, turning the body into lightning and shattering all of time. Z, the remaining lightning power intertwined on their bodies, and turned their clothes into flying ash, their bodies entangled and melted into one. Under the impact of this mystical power memory, Ling Han also became dazed. It was as if he had a strange dream and turned into a dragon knight, trying to subdue a restless dragon, tangling and fighting. At last, he obviously won and rode on the dragon, speeding along and feeling great. Dazzled, he fell into slumber because of exhaustion, and endless lightning in his consciousness turned into lightning symbols, the essence of Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Chapter 595, Niu Disappeared. Reverie _ Ling Han woke up, feeling refreshed. He got up and couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Discovering that he was without a piece of clothing, he hurriedly took out clothes from the black tower to wear. He remembered, under the intertwining lightning, the clothes on his body certainly broke into pieces. After all, the thunder battle armor was destroyed. He couldn't help but cry inwardly in pity. That was a 10th tier spirit tool, and although it was damaged, it was still a precious treasure. Where's Niu? Ling Han's gaze swept about, but he couldn't find that pushover young woman. How strange, this girl stuck to him all day, but actually had times where she disappeared. Where did she run off to? Ling Han summoned Niu and Zhu Xian from the Black Tower. This little girl certainly was a freak, waking up after sleeping for a short while, and thoughtlessly acting as if nothing had happened. Niu, do you feel any different? Ling Han asked. Niu titled her head as she thought for a while, and said, Niu knows this now. Her right hand raised up, a flash of lightning fired out and turned into an electric arc, and the mountain wall instantly had a huge hole in it. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven? Ling Han was astounded. He'd only received this mystical power's legacy, but this little girl could actually use it? Whatever. This little girl was awfully strange, but it was alright as long as she was fine. Ling Han went to look at the obelisk again, but discovered that the stone tablet was already broken into 10 chunks, while the symbols on them dimmed and blurred. He pressed his hand onto it, but the broken stone immediately shattered, turning into debris. The legacy was already gone, acquired by him and Hellion Sun Shui, and others would have no opportunity with this wonderful technique. If Ling Han wanted to impart it to others, then it would have to be after he'd cultivated this mystical power to grand mastery, branding it with immense power. Now, he couldn't replicate it at all, because he didn't have the verbal chant illustrations. He received the pure Tao process. Strange, why has that Niu not returned? Ling Han said to himself, and called out loudly for a while. The echoes were ceaseless, but the girl never showed up. The three began to search, and couldn't find her all along. This result made Niu very happy because she never had the advantage in the contests against Hellion Sun Shui. Now that this woman disappeared, she obviously couldn't wait to celebrate. Hellion Sun Shui couldn't be found, but the golden battleship was another story. It was unknown what material the ship was forged from, being only 10 meters long and about 3 wide. There was actually a refined hold, so rather than calling it a battleship, it was better described as a simplified moving imperial residence. On the ship there certainly was an origin crystal cannon installed, being able to compress and fire the power within origin crystals, its destructive power shocking. However, it also burned origin crystals like there was no tomorrow. The attack would equal the level of the origin crystals used, though the upper limit was the spiritual infant tier. After Ling Han mulled over it for a while, he soon understood how to use this battleship. Pouring his divine sense into a crystal at the prow, one would be able to control it freely, relying on the power of origin crystals to sail and fly. A good thing, just that it burns too many origin crystals. Ling Han nodded. With this thing, he'd never need a carriage on a journey, and it was also very fast. Ruining the thunder battle armor in exchange for a mystical power plus this treasured tool is not a loss, Ling Han said, but was still a little regretful. The thunder battle armor had been quite handy. Could that foolish girl have run off on her own? The three exited the cave and searched again, but still couldn't find a trace of Hellion Sun Shui. Let's stay here for 3 days, and if we still don't see that foolish chick, let's go. Ling Han made a decision. These 3 days obviously wouldn't be wasted. Ling Han began to cultivate the Thunderclap ninth heaven. Infinite symbols circulated in his consciousness, converting into his comprehension. However, it couldn't be put into words, as it surpassed their level. The legacies of mystical powers weren't conveyed through words, but another medium. The Eye of Truth, for example, was in an eyeball, the exterminating dragon star arrow was in a statue, and the Thunderclap ninth heaven was in an obelisk. 3 days went by in a flash. As Ling Han raised his right hand, a flash of lightning sparkled with zzz sounds. Sadly, I don't have Thunder Spirit base. If I had, then combined with the Thunderclap ninth heaven, the power would be a little stronger. Ling Han shook his head and sighed. This mystical power was truly extraordinary, though he only realized the smattering of it and could only fire out lightning. After cultivating it to a certain degree, he could turn his body into lightning, not only being able to evade direct power impacts, but also having ridiculous speed. Not all attacks could be avoided, but just those of pure power. That was because no matter how strong a force was, it was impossible to injure lightning. However, flames, frost, and other elemental attacks could still pose a threat to a body of lightning. As to what damage could be done, that would depend on how the battle prowess of the two parties compared. Losing the thunder battle armor but gaining a body of lightning is obviously a loss in the short term, but from a long-term point of view, it's well worth it. Armor is, after all, merely something external, and it was already damaged and unable to unleash its full power. However, I still have a long ways to go before turning my body into lightning. Ling Han shook his head and stood up. 3 days had passed, but there was still no trace of Hellion Sun Shui. She seemed to have really disappeared. Strange, could this foolish girl's memory have been restored? Ling Han muttered. Doesn't seem right. If her memory was restored, why would she let me go? Other things aside, after these days, she definitely knows that I have a treasure that can accommodate living things. Moreover, she doesn't want the vial of curses anymore. Strange, a foolish girl's thoughts are out of the ordinary as expected, and can't be guessed with common sense. The world was too big, and if someone really wanted to disappear, how could they be found? Ling Han could also conclude that he was with Hellion Sun Shui not long ago, receiving the mystical power's legacy together after they received large amounts of memories. They both fell unconscious. Hellion Sun Shui was probably first to wake up, but this girl chose to leave. If they were enemies, shouldn't he have been killed by her on the way out? Whatever, let's leave it. She's an enemy anyway, so it's better that she left, Ling Han said to himself. However, people had feelings, and after interacting for such a long time, suddenly missing someone who pulled on the hem of his clothes all day was really something he was unused to. They boarded the golden ship. After Ling Han set sail, it immediately floated up and flew at a surprisingly fast speed. From an outside perspective, it was a streamlined ship, but looking out from within the hold, it was transparent, so the view completely unaffected. It was extremely miraculous. The three of them were filled with wonder for a while, but soon became indifferent, switching to sleeping or eating meat, whichever it was what they needed at a given moment. At some point, Hunyos suddenly clapped her hands and said, "What a large snake." Ling Han turned his head to look, and saw that a leviathan suddenly rose from the lakebed. The parts of it that were revealed were like a mountain, terrifyingly massive, and despite being in the ship, Ling Han still felt a frightening pressure, while Zhu Xian leaned in his embrace, weak and powerless. That 1,000-year-old flood dragon. Let's run. This big guy isn't in the heaven tier. I fear it's already advanced into the shattering void tier. Ling Han hurriedly sped up the ship. Chapter 596, Small Saber King arrives. Reverie _ Fortunately, this large flood dragon didn't care about them at all, and immersed itself in the lake after turning over. That mountain-like figure instantly was nowhere to be seen. Ling Han let out a sigh of relief. If they were targeted by this beast, then the golden ship definitely wouldn't be safe, and they could only immediately hide inside the black tower. The golden ship soared through the sky. 7 days later, they left the giant lake. Middle State is a lot larger than the other 4 regions, Ling Han exclaimed. In the previous life, the entire vast lands were a whole. It was much unlike now, when they were separated by regions, making it difficult for elites to be in contact. Yeah, it's said that only added together do the 4 regions compare to the Middle State in size, Zhu Xian'er said. Hunyo shrunk inside Ling Han's embrace, and was very rarely not causing any disturbance nor being a chowhound. She was overly quiet, which made Ling Han distressed. Ever since this little girl absorbed the power of the obelisk and the thunder battle armor, she would stare blankly now and again, appearing absent-minded. They continued to fly towards the Flying Blossom County. Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er took turns controlling the ship. Hunyo couldn't be counted on. If she were to control the ship, then she might actually go south by sailing north, traveling further and further away. When Ling Han wasn't controlling the ship, he dove into the study of the Thunderclap ninth heaven. In over a dozen days, he made noticeable progress, and although he couldn't turn his body into lightning, his speed clearly increased. However, according to legends, to truly master Thunderclap ninth heaven, one must endure thunder strikes and draw the power of thunder to change one's body so as to turn it into lightning. But as to how to guide the power of lightning, I still have no grasp of it. Continuing without careful consideration, I fear that I'd only be struck dead by lightning. This matter can't be rushed. I must have a sure grasp of it. With my comprehension, I'll be able to test it in at most 1 month. Sigh, taking thunderbolts. What sins have I committed? Ling Han sighed. Just when he was mocking himself, he felt an intense sense of danger, and hurriedly deviated from the golden ship's original course. Xiao, a flash of saber chi swept down. The saber light was world-shaking, as if even the stars in the skies could be struck down. This sudden turn made Zhu Xian'er and Hunyo stumble. What happened? Zhu Xian'er hurriedly asked. We're under attack. Which damned guy dares to assault the cute Nyo? Hunyo burst into anger and looked outside through the golden ship. 300 meters away, a man stood in the sky. He looked to be in the 20s, resplendent light surged over his entire body, turning into various saber shapes. With a slight lift, the space was torn apart, and it was extremely terrifying. Spiritual infant tier. Moreover, he hadn't just broken through to the spiritual infant tier, but was at the 9th layer of the spiritual infant tier. It was even possible that he already had 1 foot into the deity transformation tier. This person didn't look that young, but after increasing his tier, the changes in his complexion also became quite slow. Combined with his tier and how fierce his chi and blood burned, this person was at least over 30, and whether or not he reached 40 couldn't be determined. After all, without testing one's bone age, only the approximate age could be inferred. However, even if he was 40, this person's achievements could be considered outstanding. Ling Han was the Alchemy Emperor in his previous life, and increased his strength by taking medicine, but he'd only reached the flower blossom tier at that age. In this lifetime, the world's environment changed, and any random genius could break the records of his previous lifetime. Ling Han didn't leave the cabin and asked indifferently, "Hey, on such a fine day, is it really good for you to attack people like that without grudges nor grievances? Since you're inside this golden ship, we're not without grudges or grievances," the man said coldly. Such great nerve, daring to covet my things. Ling Han was astounded, and said, "You're small saber king." "Humph, since you know of my reputation, release my father and then suicide as an apology," the man said loftily, not denying his entity. Ling Han suddenly came to a realization. No wonder the other person launched an attack once he saw the golden ship. Other people didn't recognize this golden ship, but how could he not? Presumably, the man had already been to the cave and discovered that the obelisk disappeared along with any signs of Feng Wei Qi. Thus, he naturally chased over. However, his speed was truly fast. Being behind a few days, he still caught up with them despite the golden ship's speed. He couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the world was so large, but the golden ship was so small, so for him to be able to chase over with such precision, he must have other methods. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Ancient remnants belong to everyone that have the chance to get them. You got it first, then that's your luck, but heaven led me to the place of the treasure vault, and that's also my luck. Humph, I only know that that's mine, and whoever touches it, dies." Small Saber King's glare turned sharp as he struck out fiercely with a hand chop. The light on his body was raised and turned into a heavenly saber that slashed towards the golden ship. Ling Han never stopped the golden ship and continued to oscillate with it. At this moment, he didn't need to speed up and just fled by, evading the heavenly saber. Hong! The heavenly saber struck down, and the landscape below was instantly leveled. Ling Han saw a human village affected, the living spirits exterminated. He couldn't help but be furious, and said, "Small Saber King, this is a grievance between you and me, why involve innocent people? That's real funny. Mere moles and crickets? So what if 1,000 or 10,000 of them died? Even if they don't die now, in the future." Small Saber King stopped suddenly, and revealed a grim smile. "Since you're so soft-hearted, why don't you fight me? I don't care whether or not I kill those nobodies below." Ling Han wouldn't fall for his provocations. Although his battle prowess was exceptional and he could even contend against a low-level spiritual infant tier elite after taking a pill, Small Saber King was a peak-stage spiritual infant tier, and a genius amongst geniuses. His battle prowess probably almost reached the deity transformation tier. Small Saber King should be a veteran genius that was half a generation older than Yao Huiyu, and fighting him head-on was definitely courting death. However, he was obviously Absolute Saber's sex disciple, so how could he slaughter as he pleased? "You aren't going to take my life, then?" Ling Han said coldly. "You want to hunt me down, then do as you wish, but if you harm any more innocent people, I won't mind killing your old man." Small Saber King thought over it slightly, and said, "Release my father and return the obelisk, then I can let you live." "Obelisk? Already shattered into pieces, give my **S. Alright, we'll compromise. Your old man I can return to you, he's just a waste of food here anyway. But, I can't give you that obelisk," Ling Han said with a smile. Not to mention that it was already broken, even if it were whole, Ling Han still wouldn't hand it over. Small Saber King was already frightening enough, and if he were to receive a new mystical power, the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, who in the world could stop him? With this person's nature, he'd definitely become a demon in the future. Chapter 597, Cross Swords. Reverie _ Humph, the obelisk must be handed over. Small Saber King said coldly. This mystical power was the most valuable thing inside the treasure vault. He obtained the other treasures, and clearly knew how amazing the effects of these treasures were, so he obviously desired the Thunderclap 9th Heaven even more. "But I don't want to hand it over, so what to do?" Ling Han said with a smile. Small Saber King revealed a threatening killing intent, and raised his palm again, the killing intent almost tangible. "Small Saber King, you really want to be an unfilial son?" Ling Han said with a frown. Shua, Small Saber King waved his hand, and a saber light struck out, changing into a world-shaking heavenly saber again, slashing towards the golden ship. This definitely surpassed the level of Saber Chi and rose to the level of Ray. The destructive power was extremely frightening. It could be inferred from the power of the slash earlier that Small Saber King's Saber Ray was condensed with at least 20 flashes of Chi. This was only a rough estimate. Small Saber King might not have gone all out, so the power of his Saber Ray might be even stronger. Perhaps it reached 29 flashes, or even the height of 30 flashes of Chi. Ling Han was unable to rival him. As the saber light slashed by, the mountains and rivers below suffered once again. Another human village was involved, then turned into dust in its entirety. Small Saber King. Ling Han said word by word. He'd seen quite a few ruthless people, but not to care about human life in this way, killing it will like wiping off dust, was truly a first-time encounter for him. This was absolute Saber sex disciple. In the former years, although Sunset Saber Emperor was cold-hearted, his saber only struck at elites. Never would he attack the weak, and attacking normal people was beneath him. 2 generations of geniuses, both were clearly exceptional, but their temperaments were so different. Ling Han was furious, and said, "Xian Air, control the ship to hit that bastard. I'll restrain him. Brother Han, be careful." Zhu Xian Air warned with a worried look on her delicate face. She obviously didn't doubt Ling Han's strength and talent, but small Saber King cultivated for many more years than Ling Han, this was a major shortcoming. Ling Han exited the cabin and faced off coldly against small Saber King. Hunyo also appeared, with her 2 small hands on her hips, also extremely angry, truly tired of living. This bastard actually dared to attack the cute Lord Nyo. Small Saber King stared at Ling Han for a while, and suddenly shouted, "What, you're Ling Han? Didn't think I was that famous." Ling Han said unenthusiastically. "Heaven-grade alchemists are still quite rare," small Saber King said indifferently. "But in my eyes, so what if you're a heaven-grade alchemist? I hear you received the 12 Palaces legacy and the whereabouts of a divine treasure trove. I'm not interested in the 12 Palaces legacy, but I still do have some interest in the divine treasure trove. How about this, hand over the whereabouts of the obelisk and the divine treasure trove, and I'll not only let you live, but also give you a treasure. How about it?" Ling Han sneered, and said, "Nothing about it. I don't deal with beasts." Xiao, at this moment, Zhu Xian Air was already prepared. An origin crystal cannon immediately fired towards small Saber King extremely quickly. Saber light flashed, a field of brilliance. Unknowingly, small Saber King unleashed a cyan-colored long saber and slashed apart the origin crystal shell, which swept separately by his 2 sides. He was enveloped by saber chi, looking like a god, his presence terrifyingly shocking. "Want to harm me with just this golden dragon ship?" Small Saber King's expression was indifferent, and his gaze fierce, also like the heavenly saber. "Go die, take Nyo's thunderbolt bullet." Hunyo's small hand flicked. ZZ, 2 flashes of lightning immediately shot towards small Saber King. These 2 flashes of lightning were actually faster than the origin crystal shell earlier. Lightning was the fastest in the world to begin with. Small Saber King slashed straight across. Pu, the saber ray was unleashed, but it was extinguished with the 2 flashes of lightning. This made Ling Han and small Saber King greatly shocked. After all, small Saber King was a peak stage spiritual infant tier elite, and even cultivated saber ray, while Hunyo was only in the flower blossom tier, and didn't even have chi. However, the 2 people's attacks were both destroyed, showing that the power of their attacks were not too far apart. This absolutely overturned the common sense in martial arts. Small Saber King was both furious and shocked. That attack was obviously not his full strength, but it definitely shouldn't have ended that way. However, this only made him shocked momentarily, and after seeing the 2 flashes of lightning, he exploded even more with anger. "My legacy was actually stolen by this little girl." He was absolutely going mad. Inside the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, the most precious thing was obviously the legacy of Thunderclap 9th Heaven, and according to the information he'd received, there was only one chance to obtain the inheritance. Once the legacy was passed on, the obelisk would self-destruct, never allowing a second person to obtain it. After scheming for 3 years, the great task should soon have been accomplished, but suddenly it was like a direct blow to the head. How could he not be bursting with anger? I'll kill you all and directly search your souls." Small Saber King said balefully. The legacy couldn't be expressed in words or characters, so if he wanted to obtain Thunderclap 9th Heaven, he could only search the soul. Wretch, you won't get the chance. Ling Han said coldly. Watch Niu's awesomeness. Niu shouted, and moved both hands repeatedly as lightning attacks were unleashed one after another, bombarding small Saber King like raindrops. She was truly a freak. Ling Han just grasped a bit of the Thunderclap ninth heaven, being quite away from using it in practice to harm enemies, but this little girl could already use it with ease, absolutely incredible. Perhaps this also had to do with the intertwinement of the lightning. She almost completely absorbed the lightning in the thunder battle armor and the obelisk at the same time, allowing her to skip the step of being struck by lightning to directly operating the mystical power with ease. Small Saber King snorted and brandished his long saber, firing saber rays that swept towards the golden ship one after another. Pang, pang, pang. Although Zhu Xian'er evaded in every way possible, the saber rays were too concentrated, and it was unavoidable that a few attacks would land. Fortunately, the golden ship had a single-layered shield, which could block the attacks of spiritual infant tier elites after being fully activated. However, after several hits, the shield trembled, being on the verge of breaking. Niu shouted loudly and initiated an attack. As her figure flashed, she turned into a flash of lightning and charged towards small Saber King, instantly appearing before him. Her small fists fired out, enveloped by lightning. Impudence. Small Saber King snorted and brandished his saber, trying to cut Niu in half at the waist. Small Saber King. Ling Han roared. The sunset bow was unleashed and the arrow was mounted, and as endless origin power gathered, the entire arrow turned into a white light. He already activated the Eye of Truth and found the most fragile region of Small Saber King's defense. Small Saber King originally wanted to cut Niu in two, but after discovering that Ling Han was accumulating power, his expression changed drastically. He didn't dare underestimate this arrow, as the momentum of his saber slowed slightly. Xiao, Ling Han fired out an arrow. The fierce arrow penetrated the sky and almost disregarded the distance, immediately arriving in front of Small Saber King. However, Small Saber King was truly formidable. Even under such circumstances, he still swung his saber, firing out a world-shocking saber ray. Pang! The arrow was instantly deflected forcibly, and its straight shaft actually appeared to be bent. Chapter 598, A Puppet Appears. Reverie _ Pang. Pang. Although Small Saber King deflected the arrow, he was struck by Niu's small fist, and even with his impressive power, he still stumbled from the hit and hacked out a mouthful of blood. His entire body even began to shiver. How could the power of thunder be looked down upon? Damn it! The look in his eyes was fiendish. This mystical power was supposed to be his, and the stronger Niu's battle prowess was now, the more he was jealous, wishing to cut open Niu's brain immediately to extract the Thunderclap ninth heaven. Very good, you guys have successfully enraged me. Small Saber King grasped his saber. Wang, the saber chi all over his body overflowed, with black-colored light intertwining. The presence of despair interwove in heaven and earth, making one have the urge to suicide. Ling Han felt a chill within. Small Saber King walked the path of saber of despair. A saber strike would seize one's mind, making one have thoughts of despair and even forgetting to ward off blows. Under the influence of this saber intent, Zhu Xian'er found it difficult to even control the ship. The golden ship kept swaying left and right, as if about to fall. Xian'er. Ling Han shouted loudly, like a wake-up call that provoked one's thoughts. Zhu Xian'er immediately returned to her senses. She also possessed the aptitude of a king amongst martial artists and began to walk on her own path. Even if she wasn't as freakish as Ling Han, she wouldn't be completely controlled by someone else's saber intent. She had just let her guard down. With Ling Han's shout, she immediately restored her senses. All of you die. Small Saber King brandished his sword, and a saber ray 300 meters long came sweeping, its might shocking. Niu moved agilely, and her small body swung, attacking Small Saber King again. Meanwhile, Ling Han took out another arrow and mounted it on the bow, drawing the bowstring but not releasing it. The unlaunched attack posed the greatest threat. Small Saber King had no choice but to put a large part of his focus on Ling Han. Ling Han's arrow was enough to pose a threat to him, and had to be guarded against. However, if Ling Han released the arrow, then he would strike it down in a single blow and fear it no more. Ling Han deliberately didn't fire it, making him on tenterhooks and distracted. Niu took the advantage of it to attack, and as she waved her small fists, lightning wove closely. Small Saber King snorted, shaking off Niu and charging towards Ling Han. This constant threat had to be eliminated first, or else he wouldn't be able to unleash 100% of his battle prowess at all. Peng, peng, Niu's small fist struck Small Saber King's back, but only set off a chain of lightning. His defense had already been activated, and he could actually take Niu's attacks head-on without being harmed. Small Saber King charged with his sword, attacking towards Ling Han. Damn it, you dare to ignore Niu! Niu was infuriated. Her small body turned into lightning again, and in a flash, she already appeared behind Small Saber King. Riding on his neck, she opened her mouth and bit towards him. Ah! Small Saber King screamed tragically. He clearly already spread his defense completely, and even a high-level spiritual infant tier wouldn't break through it. However, encountering Niu's teeth, it became a mere display. A streak of blood shot up. It was actually silver in color, showing this person's peculiarity. Damn it! Small Saber King swung his sword towards his back. Niu flashed again, turning into a flash of lightning to escape. Her battle instincts were too astounding. Small Saber King! Ling Han shouted fiercely and fired out another arrow. You really think I can't deal with you guys? Small Saber King let out a battle cry, and silver-colored rays of light set off from his entire body. His entire person also turned silver, as if turning into a statue. His battle prowess rose rapidly. Peng! He struck with his saber and directly crushed the arrow into pieces. Not good. Ling Han's expression changed drastically as he shouted, Niu, hurry on back. Small Saber King was at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and even 1 foot into the deity transformation tier. Now, it was unknown what mystical art was or bloodline was activated by him, but he directly crossed into deity transformation tier. It was no longer possible to face him. Niu was sharp, and in a flash, she already appeared on the golden ship. Go! Ling Han shouted loudly, and continued to draw the bow, firing towards Small Saber King. However, with 3 consecutive shots, he also felt exhausted and couldn't even stand firmly, his figure swaying. This arrow slowed Small Saber King slightly. After all, the combination of 2 mystical arts, Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow and the Eye of Truth, with the usage of 7th tier rare metal, couldn't possibly be taken lightly. But for Small Saber King, who'd already crossed into deity transformation tier, this was also just a matter of waving his saber once. Zhu Xian Air hurriedly controlled the ship, sailing away swiftly. You think you can escape? Small Saber King sneered. Peng! A fist smashed down out of nowhere, and just happened to block the golden ship's trajectory. Peng! Terrifying power surged violently, and the spiritual infant tier level shield was actually instantly shattered. The entire ship was blown up right away. At this time, a strange human figure appeared in the sky. It was as if forged with transparent crystal. Light appeared to refract irregularly off its body, and one had to examine it closely to discover the existence of such a person. Earlier, he was always hidden in the sky, as if non-existent. Now, he suddenly launched an attack and blew up the golden ship with a single punch. Small Saber King arrived, but he was immediately astonished because although there were fragments fluttering in midair, there weren't any hints of the remains of Ling Han and the other 2. Instantly teleported away, he muttered. That peculiar person stood behind him. It was roughly the same height as him, yet it didn't seem to exist. If not for the refraction of light, it truly could disappear from the line of sight. A diamond puppet. It was the puppet of the highest level inside the ancient dynasty's treasure vault, possessing deity transformation tier battle prowess. The extraordinary nature of the materials it was made of allowed it to cloak and possess considerable intelligence. It was simply a natural assassin. Even if it was instant teleportation, they couldn't have escaped too far. Small Saber King muttered, "Under my art of remote sensing of heaven and earth, they'll soon be found." Humph, they obtained my mystical art, yet are still trying to run? He left treading on air. Meanwhile, the diamond puppet quietly disappeared in the sky. No one knew where it went. Ling Han obviously didn't use any instant teleportation talisman. He certainly had such a treasure, but didn't plan on using it here. In the instant that the golden ship was destroyed, he stored Hu Niu and Zhu Xian Air inside the Black Tower. The Black Tower was like a microscopic seedling as it floated down from the sky and fell inside the river in a forest, traveling with the current. Ling Han soon exited the Black Tower, returned the way he came, and began searching inside the battle area earlier. Found it. Not long after, he found a silver drop of liquid on the ground. This was Small Saber King's blood. His bloodline had to be special, or he'd cultivated some art that actually turned his blood silver. This drop of blood was bitten out by Hu Niuon of several drops spilled. However, some splattered into the water, diluted, and couldn't be found. Only this drop of blood landed on a leaf. A spiritual infant tier being's blood was extremely overbearing, emitting a terrifying presence. The life force of the plant below it was already extinguished, and Ling Han also felt an immense pressure when approaching. A drop of blood, still trying to overturn the skies? Ling Han spread open origin power to guard his body. Iron sheet body allowed him to have enough qualifications to withstand such pressure. He stored this drop of blood inside the vial of curses. Let's see if I can't curse you to death. Chapter 599, The Curse Comes into Effect. Reverie _ Ling Han had wanted to injure Small Saber King with the Sunset Bow and obtain his blood for the curse, but Small Saber King was certainly strong, deflecting all his attacks. It was rather Hu Niu who'd succeeded. He extended a finger and pressed it on one of the vial of curses patterns, which was the death curse. However, Ling Han was taken by surprise as the pattern actually didn't light up. What's going on? Ling Han was startled, but soon thought of how some people's natal horoscopes were strong, and they hard to be cursed to death. For example, he was fine entering the ancient mineshaft, and had at least 10 days to half a month before he would be affected by the cursed chi. It looked like one drop of blood wouldn't be enough to curse Small Saber King to death. Ling Han settled for the next best thing, and said to himself, "Can't curse you to death, then I'll curse you to fall ill. Can't let you off that easily." He pressed on another pattern, and this time, the pattern lit up. This meant that the curse had come into effect, and the effect was illness. As for what illness, Ling Han didn't know. Ling Han proceeded on foot. He felt that he'd really suffered a great loss this time with the golden ship smashed and 3 arrows lost. In days to come, he definitely had to take down Small Saber King who'd obtained almost the entire ancient dynasty's treasure vault, which would be enough to make up for his losses. But now, Ling Han decided to break through to the spiritual infant tier as soon as possible, or else he could only run when encountering Small Saber King. Moreover, if it weren't for his possession of the Black Tower, he might not even be able to escape. Under the great pressure, his fighting spirit also began to rise. However, after only walking for a short while, he suddenly felt a bad premonition, and raised his voice. "Since you've come, why hide?" Small Saber King's figure surfaced as he said coldly, "You think you can escape from my grasp? Truly too naive. Whether I'm naive or not is another matter, but it looks like you're about to have bad luck." Ling Han said with a smile. "Oh, what sort of bad luck?" Small Saber King said casually while closing in on Ling Han. He didn't dare to be careless, not having sensed Hu Niu's presence all along. That little girl could turn into lightning and was extremely fast, and her teeth were darn sharp, being able to bite through even his defenses. Ling Han pondered, and said, "Just you wait." "Ha! Small Saber King sneered. He obviously assumed that Ling Han was trying to intimidate him with empty words, and continued to close in on Ling Han, emitting his saber intent to lock onto Ling Han. As long as Ling Han moved slightly, he would strike out with Heavenly Saber to kill Ling Han on the spot. The reason why he didn't unleash his saber was that he still wanted to know Hu Niu's whereabouts. She had grasped the mystical power, Thunderclap Ninth Heaven, which he was determined to acquire. Goo! At this moment, his stomach suddenly growled. Small Saber King's complexion instantly turned weird. He actually had a stomachache. How was that possible? After advancing into the flower blossom tier, martial artists broke away from the temporal, and definitely couldn't get sick, let alone suffer from a stomachache. However, now, he truly felt his stomach hurting like hell, and something was surging on, almost rushing out. That made no sense. Starting from the flower blossom tier, even if martial artists ate, the beneficial things would be absorbed by the body while the impurities would be discharged through the skin. The entire person was without grime and contamination, and definitely didn't have the need to relieve oneself. Now, he simply wanted to empty his bowls, unleashing stuff to his heart's content. Look, you've got bad luck as expected, Ling Han said with a smile. Small Saber King wanted to unleash his saber, but he farted loudly, and his face turned green. That urge became more and more intense. It was useless even if he clamped his legs tightly, unable to hold it back in at all. You wait. Small Saber King was a reputable person anyhow, and wouldn't possibly fight while spraying out shit. He hurriedly turned, twisting his butt to leave. He scuttled into a bush, and instantly, the grumble of his stomach was like thunder rolls, echoing pi li pa la, impossible to stop once it started. Respects. Respects. Ling Han said from afar. Small Saber King is impressive as expected, a maneuver of stench to assail enemies is simply unprecedented. Truly can't learn it even if one wanted to. Small Saber King wanted to retort, but his stomach was still rolling in waves, and he instantly let out a smothered groan, holding his breath and pushing it all out satisfyingly. Take an arrow. Ling Han drew Sunset Bow, and the arrow already mounted on the string. Ling Han, you have no shame. Small Saber King roared angrily. Without Hu Niu restraining him, he actually didn't fear Ling Han's marksmanship, but with his current situation, was he going to swing his saber while spurting stuff out of the other end? Against a deranged person like you, what standards need to be held? Ling Han fired an arrow. He was also furious to the extreme. Small Saber King killed the people of 2 villages in cold blood, and Ling Han fired this arrow despite knowing that it would only cut Small Saber King an even sorrier figure, still deciding to waste it for once. Shio, the arrow turned into a streak of white light, firing out like a flying dragon in the sky. Small Saber King had no choice but to swing his saber to ward it off. With his butt bare, that look was truly wretched to the extreme. Ling Han, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be able to live. Pooh. Before he finished his fierce words, he was forced to squat down again, defecating to his heart's content. Kill me? I'm the one that's going to kill you. Ling Han snorted, and no longer attacked, turning to leave. The opponent still had a diamond puppet, which was probably searching for him separately. It had already been a long while, and presumably, Small Saber King had already summoned the puppet through a mystic art. If he didn't leave now, he would have to hide in the Black Tower again. He used the demon fairy step, fluttering in the wind and moving further away. From afar, he still seemed to be able to hear that thunder-like sound of diarrhea. Spiritual infant tear was strong even in this aspect. After 3 days, Ling Han arrived at a city. The decorative pattern on the vial of curses had already dimmed. Small Saber King's drop of blood had been exhausted, and he could no longer be cursed. Ling Han found it a pity. If he could make Small Saber King die from diarrhea, it would actually vent his anger. He summoned both Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu. The 3 walked on the streets, but soon they saw that people were pointing fingers at them. After a while, Ling Han discovered that portraits of him and Hu Niu were posted over the city. This was a bounty notice, which said if one discovered their whereabouts and provided the information, one would receive a large amount of rewards. However, the bounty only had him and Hu Nio's portraits, but not their names. Apparently, Small Saber King issued the bounty. Presumably, he still had some qualms, not daring to mention Ling Han's name after all. Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist. If one publicly set a bounty for one, wouldn't they have to fear the Alchemy Society's thunderous rage? He was currently only in the spiritual infant tier, and hadn't advanced into shattering void tier, which would let him to do whatever he wished. Ling Han hurriedly left with Hu Nio and Zhu Xian'er. As expected, Small Saber King chased over shortly. He, Hu Nio, and Zhu Xian'er entered the Black Tower, changed their appearance with Disguise Pill, and then appeared overtly again. Ling Han. Just as they were about to leave the city, Small Saber King charged over, aiming right for Ling Han and Hu Nio with a saber slash, like an immortal beyond the skies. How'd this guy discover them when they were disguised? Ling Han was astounded, hurriedly employing the demon fairy step to evade, while Hu Nio turned into a flash of lightning, charging towards Small Saber King. You want to use the same old moves in front of me twice? Small Saber King sneered. Chapter 600, Struck Mistakenly. Reverie _ The bracelet on Small Saber King's wrist suddenly lit up and fired a light beam towards Hu Nio, confining her. Rushing, the little girl opened her mouth and bit down repeatedly, severing the light beam and obtaining freedom again. Xiao, Ling Han fired an arrow, but didn't use the sunset bow. Instead, he directly used his body as a bow and origin power as the arrow because there wasn't enough time for him to take out the sunset bow. Small Saber King, however, didn't dare to be careless. His figure flashed, dodging Ling Han's attack, but missing the best chance to attack Hu Nio. The arrow of origin power brushed past his body. Small Saber King then realized that this arrow's power was far from comparable to the one earlier, and revealed a furious look out of shame. The dignified Small Saber King, the strongest prodigy in the Middle State, was actually tricked by Ling Han, frightened by his not-so-strong skill, missing the best chance to take down the little girl. This little girl's body hid the secrets of the Thunderclap ninth heaven, which he was determined to obtain. Hu Nio, come back! Ling Han shouted. He didn't want the little girl to take any more risks. Hu Nio promptly nodded, and jumped back in a flash, making a wry face at Small Saber King, and saying, "Stinky." Small Saber King assumed that Hu Nio was mocking the shameful incident a few days ago when he shat his brains out. This seemed to him a great humiliation and a scar that couldn't be revealed, so when he was mocked openly by Hu Nio, killing intent instantly filled the air. Go! Under watchful eyes, Ling Han didn't want to use the Black Tower. He grabbed Hu Nio with the left hand and Zhu Xian'er with the right hand, using the demon fairy step and taking to his heels at once. However, after taking only 2 steps, he instantly felt a bad premonition, hurriedly shifting his feet and flying towards the side. Pung! A heavy punch landed on the streets and instantly set off a wave of dust. If Ling Han didn't change the direction in which he advanced, he would definitely be directly smashed by the fist. The diamond puppet's figure appeared, its transparent body refracted rays of light, appearing extremely peculiar. The wave of dust swirled by, and a large pit at over 10 meters deep appeared in the streets, extremely frightening. Ling Han and the girls spurted out blood. Although they evaded the attack in time, they were still affected. The power of the deity transformation tier was terrifying, making the 3 sustain injuries simply from being scraped. Where do you think you're running off to? Small Saber King said coldly, striking out with his saber. Blood instantly splattered on the streets as the passers-by all suffered for it, reduced to fragments the moment the saber ray touched them. This person completely treated life with indifference, being reckless and unbridled, viewing all living beings as non-entities. Shua, he struck with his saber again. Ling Han was bursting with anger, his gaze ice-cold as he instantly threw out a human body. It was precisely Feng Wei Qi. Shua, the saber light swept by. Feng Wei-chi suddenly appeared from within the Black Tower, and without figuring out the situation, he suddenly saw a flash of saber light strike him, something he'd never anticipated. However, this saber light seemed so familiar, that modulation and that sword intent was something he'd seen many times. It was his son. Why was his son attacking him? Could he not be his blood-related son? When he was younger and left home to toughen himself, could he have been cuckolded? Ah, he let out a sharp and tragic scream, and was sliced into two halves by this saber light. Small Saber King was startled. He'd never anticipated that Ling Han could actually throw out a living person from thin air. He stared blankly at Feng Wei-chi's corpse, and couldn't help but stagger several times. This was his blood-related father, who he'd thought was confined somewhere by Ling Han, but who knew that Ling Han could throw him out of thin air, something he never would have foreseen. "Father," he cried out in alarm, his face pale as he almost fainted. He could see the lives of everyone in the world as nonentities, but Feng Wei-chi was his blood-related father and the only next of kin. It made him instantly feel as if a knife pierced through his heart. For a moment, he had no thoughts at all. Ling Han took it all in, and said coldly, "Now, do you still dare to say that all people are nobodies?" Ling Han. Small Saber King said word by word, flames bursting out of his eyes. He only had one thought now, and that was to tear Ling Han to shreds to vent his anger. Ling Han shrugged, and said, "Don't look at me with those eyes. Before denouncing others, look at the things you've done. Besides, you personally killed your old man. TSK, 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 considering the character of you two, father and son, this also counts as punishing one's own relative in the cause of justice. You shut up." Small Saber King darted out. He was going to cut down Ling Han. Ling Han treaded with the demon fairy step and kept retreating. Hung, on the other side, the diamond puppet also charged over. With the presence of the deity transformation tear spread ostentatiously, it was more frightening than Small Saber King. "Humph, who dares to stir up trouble in my nine-cloud city?" At this moment, a powerful presence surged out, following the appearance of a sturdy man roughly in the 50s. However, when he saw that diamond puppet, he instantly turned pale with fear and turned to run at once. What a joke! He was only in the spiritual infant tier, so how could he rival a deity transformation tier being? In the middle state, although spiritual infant tier elites weren't the top-notch elites, they could still be called experts. Thus, this person ran over ostentatiously, but actually discovered a deity transformation tier troublemaker, frightening him out of his wits. Ling Han had no intention of getting entangled here. Of the two opponents, one was at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and another in the deity transformation tier, so he couldn't possibly rival them. He took out the instant teleportation talisman Ma Duo Bao gave him with a smile, and said, "Brother's done playing with you guys, off we go." He pretended to stick the instant teleportation talisman on his body but brought Zhu Xian Air and Hu Niu into the Black Tower. If his expression was convincing enough, Small Saber King obviously would assume that he'd used an instant teleportation talisman run away with the two girls. How does he have so many instant teleportation talismans? Small Saber King frowned. Instant teleportation talismans were extremely valuable, and being able to obtain one was equivalent to having one more safeguard on life, but Ling Han actually possessed two, something truly unimaginable. Could this have been obtained in the 12 palaces? He muttered. His gaze turned towards Feng Wei-chi's corpse again. His killing intent churned as he clenched his fists tightly. As a son, he definitely had to exact vengeance. "Ling Han, I'll definitely capture you and tear you into pieces," he said in a low voice, his expression as fierce as if a wounded beast's. After Small Saber King left with the puppet, Ling Han exited the Black Tower. He stroked his chin, and said, with someone's shadow constantly following, "I can't always wave around the instant teleportation talisman to deceive him. I have to master the Thunderclap 9th heaven as soon as possible. At that time, my body will be like the lightning. Combined with the demon fairy step, I'll be able to compare with him in speed. I'll wait for the appearance of the divine thunder here." The new year had passed, and spring had come. Once the spring season began, sudden claps of thunder would gradually occur more often. However, Ling Han's luck truly wasn't that great. Waiting in the city for 7 days, every day was a sunny and cloudless day. The weather was finer than ever. Just as Ling Han thought of leaving, the weather suddenly changed. The thunder rolled, and the first flash of lightning came inadvertently. Chapter 601, Guiding the Thunder into the Body. Reverie _ Damn, the heavens also like to surprise people? Ling Han said, and immediately leapt out. Flying outside the city, he immediately activated the mystical art Thunderclap 9th heaven, and his body and the thunder clouds in the sky acquired some sort of special connection. Quang. The first flash of lightning struck down exactly towards Ling Han, as if intentionally aiming at him. Z. The power of lightning entered his body, and Ling Han was instantly shocked, being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. This was the terrifying power of heaven and earth, which could instantly burn Ling Han into a piece of coke. Despite almost fainting immediately, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain. If he were to faint now, then the pain he'd suffered just now would be in vain. He hurriedly operated the Thunderclap 9th heaven, and guided the power of lightning around his body, transforming it with the mystic art. Quang, another flash of lightning descended. Ling Han became the center of the lightning, and with the activation of the Thunderclap 9th heaven, each lightning received a mysterious pull, being attracted to him. Fuck, I haven't even entered the heaven tier, yet I'm being struck by lightning. Ling Han said, gritting his teeth. Being struck by lightning didn't feel good at all. Fortunately, this was also a normal lightning. The divine might was much greater when facing a tribulation. Indestructible Heaven's scroll was also activated, repairing the damage he endured. This was an advantage that other people completely couldn't compare to. He made sure not to lose consciousness, and activated the mystic art Thunderclap 9th heaven to change his body. The power of lightning coursed through the veins and flesh in his body, allocated by the mystic art, changing Ling Han's constitution. This was actually quite dangerous. If he didn't endure it, he might be struck unconscious by the lightning, and in such condition, a normal flower blossom tier warrior would definitely thoroughly die in a few more strikes. Even if he didn't die, the power of lightning would run amok within the body, which could cause immense destruction to it. To say the least, even if there was no destruction at all, the attempt at guiding the power of lighting to change his own body would be an utter failure. Ling Han forcibly endured the pain of the electric shock, which truly made him want to fall unconscious so that he didn't have to endure it anymore. But, in order to become stronger, he gritted his teeth and continued to activate the mystic art, attracting more power of lightning to strike his way and enter his body. Z, his entire person turned into a ball of white light. Hu Niu and Zhu Xian'er watched from afar. Zhu Xian'er's expression was full of worry, while Hu Niu paid it no mind, and said, "Don't worry, Niu's Ling Han will definitely tough it out." Zhu Xian'er carried Hu Niu, nodding, but she was still extremely worried. After all, being overly concerned caused disorder, and she wasn't crude and careless like Hu Niu. No matter what, Hu Niu was still a little girl. Lightning wasn't rare, but it was rare when all of it descended towards a single direction. Soon, there were people that came over to have a look. Most of them were low-level martial artists, merely at the spiritual pedestal or the spiritual ocean tier. It was useless even if they discovered something, as they didn't dare to approach Ling Han, who could resist against such power of heaven and earth. Hu Niu began to chase away people, and waved her small fists, sending people flying one after another. "What are you guys trying to do to Niu's Ling Han?" She looked like she was protecting her child. She was too valiant, and even spiritual infant tier elites found it difficult to suppress her, let alone these people who instantly scattered like birds and wild animals. But not long after, elites also began to appear. The thunderbolts are falling concentratedly on the same place, so could it be a precious treasure is about to show itself to the world? This was what these people thought. Shio, 7 flower blossom tier warriors came. The older one looked to be over 70, and the younger ones over 40. After all, even the middle state couldn't be full of prodigies, having flower blossom tier elites in their 20s at every turn. At this time, over 10 thunderbolts had already fallen. Ling Han's entire body was covered by lightning, which was so terrifying and closely woven that no one's eyesight or divine sense could penetrate it. Thus, everyone could only see a field of lightning, but didn't know what was inside. It's definitely a precious treasure that's come into the world, only then would it attract the simultaneous lightning bombardment. Wait till the lightning disperses, we'll immediately begin seizing the treasure. The 7 people's gazes were burning. This was a small city, and nothing happened there ordinarily, but today, thunderbolts fell closely and intertwined into a sea of lightning, meaning that a treasure was coming into the world. Naturally, this made them excited, for perhaps this was a turning point in their life. From now on, they would be on the path of great success. However, this lightning seemed to be endless, continuing to strike without end. After one day, another 10 flower blossom tier warriors appeared. The 7 flower blossom tier ones of 9 Cloud City instantly acted as if facing a formidable enemy. What are the people of Great Universe City doing here? A mysterious treasure has come into the world, and you guys of 9 Cloud City want to have it all to yourselves? The flower blossom tier cultivators of Great Universe City snorted. It came into being in our 9 Cloud City, so it naturally belongs to 9 Cloud City. The flower blossom tier elites of 9 Cloud City engaged in a dispute. There's no such thing as ownership when it comes to worldly treasures, is there? Besides, isn't this outside of 9 Cloud City? A few flower blossom tier warriors dare to be unbridled in my 9 Cloud City? That spiritual infant tier elite of 9 Cloud City appeared. A few days ago, he was scared witless by a diamond puppet, but now, he appeared to have the bearing of an elite. Once a spiritual infant tier warrior appeared, Great Universe City's flower blossom tier ones immediately shut up. It was useless even if there were 10 of them. Before a spiritual infant tier, the gap in tiers wasn't something that could be filled by a few dozen people. Lord Ma, how greatly imposing. A voice suddenly resounded as a slender middle-aged man walked out, with terrifying brilliance flickering around him. Zhang Wuyun. 9 Cloud City spiritual infant tier's eyes tensed up. The other person was also in the spiritual infant tier. Worldly treasures, those who see it were destined. Zhang Wuyun smiled slightly. Ma Zifang, if you want the treasure, then we'll see who has the skill. Then let's battle. Ma Zifang rushed toward the other party, and the flower blossom tier warriors of 9 Cloud City also attacked their flower blossom tier counterparts of Great Universe City. The treasure had to be kept for 9 Cloud City. Peng, 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 they instantly got into a fierce fight. Zhu Xian watched with astonishment, and felt it more laughable on the inside, thinking what expressions would they have when they discovered that within the lightning wasn't some treasure, but just Ling Han. Hun Yo, on the other hand, burst with fury again. She was afraid that these people would be in Ling Han's way. Fortunately, the fight didn't reach Ling Han's side in the end, or else the little girl would definitely intervene. Ling Han was already gradually entering an optimal stage. The power of lightning circulated in his body. His entire person also seemed to turn into lightning, becoming dazzling white lightning. Even the essence of life underwent a change. The intense pain from earlier had already disappeared, and now he became more and more relaxed, even somewhat enjoying the bombardment of lightning as if it were giving him a massage. Attracting thunderbolts into one's body to transform oneself. It succeeded. Ling Han smiled slightly, and stopped guiding the mystic art. The lightning that filled the sky also dispersed at last. This shouldn't have continued for this long, but being affected by the mystic art Thunderclap 9th Heaven, which produced a mutual interaction, made it last till now. He looked into his body, trying to find specific changes, but when his divine sense swept by his dantian, he couldn't help but reveal a shocked look. Chapter 602, 6 Elements. Reverie _ Ling Han had the 5 elements Chaos Lotus, which possessed 5 elements, reaching the perfect balance. Thus, He could absorb 5 different spirit chi at the same time, and wouldn't create chaos because any type of spirit chi was too strong. However, the 5 lotus petals were still there, but the lotus stem actually turned into lightning. His spirit base had one more element, lightning. Moreover, this didn't affect the balance of 5-element spirit base, but on top of its basis, allowed him to possess the lightning element. Ling Han was astounded. Spirit base could be transformed postnatally. In the previous life, he entered many historic sites, and acquired many high-level arts and skills, but not even one mystical power. However, in this lifetime, his luck was nature-defying, and he'd already acquired 3 of them. Mystical powers could change a person's constitution and spirit base? Ling Han was astounded. This shattered his understanding. Based on this development, didn't it mean that people could form 5-element spirit base and 6-element spirit base artificially? One only had to cultivate different mystical powers. Then, his 6-element spirit base was actually not that impressive, because it could be transformed into one postnatally, and maybe one didn't even need to cultivate mystical powers for it, as powerful beings could change it with their hands. What was called remaking and defying nature to change one's fate? This was it. Ling Han nodded inwardly, no longer proud at all of his own spirit base. There might be many more prodigies in the future that also possessed 6-element spirit base like he did. However, the 6-element spirit base was already at the pinnacle, and he wasn't any bit inferior to anyone else. With a thought, lightning immediately flickered on his body as if he turned into a thunderbolt. Regarding the Thunderclap 9th heaven, he crossed through the preliminary threshold at last. The sky-filling lightning dissipated, and as Ling Han's figure appeared, the 2 parties that were battling fiercely stopped and looked towards him. Where's the precious treasure? It must have been seized by him. Instantly, the elites of the 2 cities all stared at Ling Han, their gazes chilly, as if they were going to eat him. Hey, why are you guys looking at me like that? Those gazes are making me uncomfortable, Ling Han said, smiling. Boy, hand over the treasure. These people already charged over. Earlier, they wanted to fight off the other party so that they could leave the treasure for their own side, but now, they had a common enemy. Just in time, then. I'll test this mystical power on you guys. Ling Han laughed loudly. Light flickered on his body as if a flash of lightning, his speed ridiculously fast. Pang! He released a punch bursting with lightning, and pang, 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 nearly 20 flower blossom tier warriors were knocked down by this single punch, leaving only 2 spiritual infant tier elites who were still chasing him. This also made the 2 spiritual infant tiers extremely shocked. This boy was so strong, and the power of that single punch was no lower than a spiritual infant tier elite's. Ling Han revealed a smile. The Thunderclap 9th heaven proved itself to be the mystical power of an ancient dynasty. It was powerful. His battle prowess now should have surpassed 20 stars, advancing on to the level of the spiritual infant tier. Boy, hand over the treasure, and we can spare your life, the 2 spiritual infant tier elites shouted at the same time. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, spare my life? As if you guys are that formidable. Come, I'll play with you guys, let's see who's more formidable. Amir Jr. at the Flower Blossom tier dares to be so impudent. Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zifang both snorted, and made a grabbing motion at Ling Han. This sudden thunderbolt bombardment lasted for an entire day, and the treasure that came into the world was definitely out of the ordinary. The 2 had been stuck at this tier for a long time, dreaming of breaking through, and this mystical treasure might decide whether they could break through. Niu will help you. Niu, seeing the battle, couldn't help but itch to have a go. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, no need. I can handle just these 2 people. He punched out, and 22 dragon elephants surfaced, woven closely with lightning, making them fiercer. Such a freakish boy, Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zifang both cried out. Their opponent actually cultivated 22 flashes of Qihao, truly terrifying. There's something more impressive. Ling Han laughed loudly, then adhered the bone pattern, activated the Eye of Truth, and began bombarding the 2 spiritual infant tier opponents. His battle prowess was originally approaching 20 stars, and now that he grasped the Thunderclap ninth heaven, he overcame this limit all of a sudden, finally possessing spiritual infant tier battle prowess. After he activated the Eye of Truth, even if Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zifang were both 7th level spiritual infant tier, they had no power to fight back, continuously being bombarded by him. Mystical power. Why was it called mystical power? Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow, in addition to the Eye of Truth, let him exterminate a spiritual infant tier elite with a single arrow. The Thunderclap ninth heaven, in addition to the Eye of Truth, might not have the surprise aspect of marksmanship, but its power was no inferior, just no longer having the effect dealing a fatal blow. The two spiritual infant tier warriors were forced to retreat repeatedly, their expressions full of disbelief. This was truly unimaginable. They were not only at the spiritual infant tier, but also its 7th layer, which meant its high level, yet they were still overwhelmed to the point of having no room to counterattack. Ling Han let out repeated battle cries, and his fists waved even fiercer. 22 dragon elephants fused into one and turned a light golden dragon elephant, bursting with lightning all over its body. There was also an ancient symbol that surfaced that seemed completely out of this world, and more like it came from a demonic realm. This dragon elephant was too frightening, and under its heavy stampede, the two great spiritual infant tier elites could only retreat. Condensing qi to form a ray. Zhang Wuyun and Ma Zifang cried out. They didn't realize that this was a pseudo-ray, and thought that Ling Han had already advanced into the 2nd level of the Way of the Fist. This step was truly too difficult to cross, and even though their cultivation was higher, they still only achieved 9 flashes of qi till now. Without 10 flashes, how could they qualify to form a ray? Seeing this made them extremely envious. Their opponent was only in the flower blossom tier, and was only in his 20s, yet he'd already cultivated over 20 flashes of qi and even formed a ray, making them erupt with envy. The more they fought, the more flustered they were, and their fighting spirit dispersed at last as they turned to run in separate directions. What valuable treasure, they didn't want it anymore. Ling Han didn't chase, either. He didn't have any grievances with these two people that couldn't be resolved. Fighting with them was only to test the power of the Thunderclap ninth heaven, and the result made him quite pleased. His speed now increased drastically by 3-fold, and his battle prowess increased by over 5 stars. He was also extremely shocked by this. If small Saber King were to acquire this mystical power, he'd probably be invincible amongst the spiritual infant tier elites, and even able to sweep deity transformation tier opponents. A genius like that, with a foot already into the deity transformation tier, there was no need to doubt at all that he'd definitely possess battle prowess of the deity transformation tier. However, the ancient dynasty had a total of 4 mystical powers, and this Thunderclap ninth heaven was not the strongest. It was truly hard to imagine what an incredible mystical power the 9 Deaths Heaven art would be. If I encountered small Saber King now, I probably still wouldn't rival him, but running shouldn't be a problem, Ling Han said to himself. Despite his speed only increasing by 3-fold, if combined with the Demon Fairy Step, even a deity transformation tier elite would find it hard to catch up to him. Chapter 603, Encountering Old Friends. Reverie _ Every time martial artists increase in lever, their power was amplified drastically by 10-fold to 100-fold. However, as for speed, being able to increase it by 1-fold was already good. Thus, Ling Han cultivated a body of lightning, and increased his speed explosively by 3-fold. With the addition of the Fairy Demon Step, his speed already surpassed the spiritual infant tier, crossing into the heights of the deity transformation tier. However, running isn't a solution, after all. I still have to break through to the spiritual infant tier as soon as possible. This way, I'll truly qualify to stand against small Saber King. Sigh, the martial arts level in this life is truly too high. If it were the previous life, with my strength now, only Sword Emperor and the like would qualify to compete with me at the same age, and nothing less than monsters 100 years of age would be able to suppress me. Now, it's great, the prodigies under 100 years of age are like bamboo shoots after the rain, emerging without end. Hee, but only this can give me enough motivation. I just cultivated the body of lightning, and can't truly turn my body into lightning yet, but it's not far from that step. At that time, my battle prowess will become even more powerful. Ling Han walked to Hu Niu and Zhu Xian, then revealed a smile, and said, "Let's go. We should go to Thousand Flower Prefecture to see the present-age prodigies." "Let's go." Hu Niu jumped in joy. Staying here for several days, she was very bored. Unfortunately, their golden ship was busted by the diamond puppet, and they had no means of transportation now. They could only walk on foot. They were too lazy to find another carriage, and just walked. To lessen the troubles, they all disguised themselves. Ling Han originally thought of disguising the three of them as husband and wife with a cute daughter, but Hu Niu was unwilling to no matter what. Consequently, they could only disguise as three siblings. Ling Han became a few years older. Zhu Xian covered her exceptionally beautiful face, while Hu Niu turned into a small clown. Ling Han specially activated an old art that usually didn't have much use to let the presence he emitted become a lot weaker, decreasing to the spiritual ocean tier. This way, if Small Saber King could still find him, then Small Saber King was truly capable. They left Nine Cloud City and headed towards Thousand Flower Prefecture. Ling Han wasn't in a rush. The opening of the Restore Heaven Academy was only news, and the true entrance exam was still a long way off. At least, the news that he heard at Nine Cloud City was that the period of the exam wasn't decided yet. There was at least half a year's time no matter how one thought about it, otherwise, with the massiveness of the vast lands, many people wouldn't make it in time. They strolled onwards. This was also cultivation anyway. Ling Han paused slightly and looked back, seeing dust flutter away as a party rapidly approached. He first thought that Small Saber King had caught up again, but immediately discovered that it wasn't the case. These people were only Flower Blossom tier warriors. There was a total of 7 people, moving swiftly and soon catching up to the 3 of them, then continuing to advance onwards without pausing. Ling Han's gaze swept by, and he couldn't help but reveal a surprised look, and said, "Can ye?" Within the party, someone immediately stopped in their steps and turned around. His figure slim and his entire body emitting a piercingly cold saber chi, he was as if a sharp unsheathed saber. He looked surprised at Ling Han with doubt in his gaze. It was Can Yi. In the long time since they'd seen each other, he actually broke through to the Flower Blossom tier and walked down his own path, becoming extremely confident. "I am Ling Yun," Ling Han said with a smile. Hearing this name, Can Yi immediately understood that this was Ling Han, and instantly revealed a joyful expression. "Can Yi, what's the matter?" a girl in red clothing asked. She was extremely beautiful. Her beautiful hair was like the clouds, and her skin was smooth like jade. Under the sunlight, it actually had a luster, as if she were a goddess. Can Yi didn't speak. Ling Han approached with a laugh and said, running into an old friend in a distant land. "I'm Ling Yun, Can Ye's fellow townsman." "Oh." The girl in red and the others all nodded, so it was just a fellow townsman. These 6 people were all remarkable people, with striking appearance and the feel of soaring confidence, apparently all coming from prestigious families. They saw that Ling Han was only at the spiritual infant tier, so they obviously wouldn't take another look at him. If it weren't for Can Yi, who wouldn't move, they definitely would have turned to leave. A person like Ling Han wasn't at all in the same world as them. "Young Master Ling." Can Yi was extremely stirred up. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "With you calling me Young Master Ling, should I not also call you Young Master Yi? Don't be so cheeky." Can Yi came to realize that Ling Han concealed his identity, and simply laughed, no longer persisting in calling Ling Han Young Master. The girl in red clothing and the others were somewhat indignant. How could a mere spiritual infant tier qualify to rank amongst them? "After calling you Young Master, you actually acted smug and affected. Just where that confidence came from. Can Yi, we should set out quickly. I already received reliable news that the Restore Heaven Academy will formally open in half a year. Going there earlier, we might be able to know the contents of the exam and prepare for it," someone urged. Oh, it's going to be half a year before Restore Heaven Academy opens? Ling Han interjected. He might as well take advantage of this gap in time to search for the whereabouts of Boundless Mountain. What does it have to do with you? A pretty boy looked impatiently at Ling Han, revealing a look of contempt. Could this brat also be thinking of going to the Restore Heaven Academy? What a real joke. A man already in his 20s and only at the spiritual infant tier. If this could get in Restore Heaven Academy, wouldn't it be a joke? They were recruiting the elites of the world, the prodigies of prodigies, and only people like them were qualified to enter. Cho Zifei, what are you suggesting? Qin looked balefully at that pretty boy, unhesitatingly unleashing his long saber and pointing it at that person. Qin, for this good-for-nothing, you would actually draw your sword at this young master? That pretty boy called Cho Zifei looked full of astonishment. He completely didn't expect Qin would suddenly turn hostile towards him for a mere spiritual infant tier. Apologize. Qin said coldly, his gaze like a saber, bearing a murderous aura. In his eyes, Ling Han was a benefactor and an idol he worshipped, yet Cho Zifei dared to show contempt for Ling Han. It obviously made his killing intent burn. Qin, seeing that your talent isn't bad, I associated with you, but don't think that you really have the right to sit as equals with this young master. Whatever. Everyone's friends, no need to make it unpleasant. A man came forward with a smile to ease the situation, and said, since you guys are going to Restore Heaven Academy, then let's go together. Cho Zifei wanted to oppose at Onseto travel with a nobody. However, before he spoke any word of objection, a man stopped him, and said in a low voice near his ear, won't messing with this brat will be quite interesting? Hearing this, his thoughts to object came to an end, and he simply looked coldly at Ling Han before he left dejectedly, thinking that he would definitely make it unbearable for this guy in the following days. Although Qin didn't want to drop the matter, seeing Ling Han shake his head, he sheathed his long saber. The situation eased up at last. Chapter 604, Disputes. Reverie _ Everyone introduced themselves except for Qin and Cho Zifei. The other four young men were called Sun Jiansen, Yu Yuan Ming, Zhou Kai Ji, Fan Wen Lin, respectively, while the only girl, the one in red clothing, was called He Lan Yun. The majority of martial artists were men. Women were the minority to begin with, and even less could cultivate to the flower blossom tier. Since He Yun Lan was a splendid beauty, she was someone even harder to come by. Thus, Cho Zifei and the others all circled around He Yun Lan. However, He Yun Lan seemed to have a favorable impression of Qin, and didn't pay attention to the ingratiation of the other people. Cho Zifei and the other four felt it extremely unfortunate. They also felt unfortunate for Zhu Xian'er, because from the looks of her figure, she was absolutely perfect, without any flaws. However, when moving their gaze onto her face, anyone would say that heaven was unfair, since she was given such a perfect physique. Why was she born with such an average face? Zhu Xian'er won the title of #1 beauty in the North region just from her figure and revealing a bit of her chin. Her figure was too perfect, and a covered face gave people unlimited imagination. But now, her figure was still perfect, but her face was no longer obscured, obviously not leaving any room for imagination. This countenance was too ordinary. The 10 people set out again, and when talking about the Restore Heaven Academy, Cho Zifei and the others all appeared to be full of confidence, thinking they could definitely enter, and were without a shred of worry. Cho Zifei obviously took to blows at Ling Han from time to time, and said that Restore Heaven Academy's admittance exam was definitely as difficult as climbing the skies and that even spiritual pedestal tier elites might not qualify to enter, wanting to make a fool of Ling Han. Ling Han wouldn't possibly care about it. When it was time for the exam, he would reveal his strength, and this guy would obviously piss his pants in fright. The more Cho Zifei boasted now, the harder he would fall in the future. They traveled by day and slept at night. They all had spatial rings, and at night, they would take out tents and pitch them to cultivate and rest. On the second day, they hastened on their journey again. People shouldn't forget to cultivate even when outside. Only by maintaining optimal condition could they deal with sudden accidents. After all, the world of martial arts was extremely brutal, and encountering slaughter for no reason was a run-of-the-mill occurrence. As expected, after traveling for 3 days, they encountered an accident. Ding, 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 the sounds of a fierce battle were heard in the distance before them, and soon, a few people approached rapidly. On one side was a beauty a little over 20, wearing a crimson-red silk dress and holding a long sword in hand. Her opponents were 4 scantily clad women with heavy makeup. Whether it was attacking or leaping, the 2 large white rabbits on their chests seemed to bounce out like surging waves. Comparably, the girl in silk dress was not only young, but also 10 times more beautiful, with long slit eyes like water and extremely touching. These 5 women were all in the flower blossom tier, and by the looks of the situation, the silk-dressed girl was a notch higher in tier. However, she wasn't keen on fighting, and after she fought her way out of the encirclement, she immediately leapt away. It was rather the 4 beautiful women that were at her heels. This was baffling to people. Why did she keep running despite having the advantage? After the 4 beautiful women chased her for a while, one of them threw out a ribbon at extremely fast speed, instantly catching up to the silk-dressed girl and fastening onto her small waist. With a Z, her figure instantly halted. The other 3 beautiful women took advantage of it to charge over, and caught up to the silk-dressed girl, recommencing the fierce battle. The silk-dressed girl struggled free from the constraint with great difficulty, yet fell into an encirclement again. She could only continue fighting to break through the siege. So beautiful. Beautiful as a fairy. She is my type, no one's allowed to contest with me. Get lost, I've also taken a fancy to her. Cho Zifei and the other 4 all had their eyes lit up brightly. This silk-dressed beauty was certainly extremely beautiful, a whole lot more than He Lan Yun. The other 4 women were not bad, but they were older after all, and since advancing into the flower blossom tier slowed down aging, maybe their age was enough to be grandmothers. The 5 people wanted to intervene to play out a hero rescues the beauty scenario, naturally giving them the excuse to strike up a conversation. Qin Yu, how could you possibly run from this young master's grasp? A voice came from afar, and soon, a luxurious carriage could be seen approaching quickly, drawn by 2 jasper lions. These were ancient relic species. Though they were high tier, their bloodline was rare, and they were very seldomly seen. The carriage was extremely luxurious, reaching 15 meters in length and 10 meters in height, looking like a moving palace. The materials used were extremely exquisite purple pear wood and jade dragon gold, which were extremely precious and treasured materials, but looking at the designs on the carriage, it made people unceasingly disgusted. They were all extremely vivid and lifelike designs of men and women making love. Just by looking at it, people could imagine the movements and the decadent sounds. Wind Moon sect. Xin Jiansen was first to cry out, his gaze fixed on the flag planted on the carriage, and voice somewhat quivering. What? Cho Zifei and the others all cried out immediately. The Wind Moon sect was a super force in the middle state. It wasn't as powerful as the 5 great ancient sects, but it also had heaven-tier elites, and was far from what their backgrounds could compare to. Instantly, their thoughts of hero rescuing the beauty immediately dimmed. Everyone, I am Dark Glory Valley's Qin Yu, please lend me a hand. At this time, the silk-dressed girl asked for everyone's help. Dark Glory Valley. Everyone was startled within again. That was also a great force, though much inferior to Wind Moon sect. Qin Yu, why involve others? I am Wind Moon sect master's son, and your Dark Glory Valley's master's junior disciple. We're practically a match made in heaven. Hurry and surrender to this young master. This young master will take you into the world of paradise to enjoy the most joyous things between men and women. Hu Qing Fang, don't kid yourself. Even if I die, I won't submit to your wishes. Qin Yu tangled persistently with the 4 beautiful women while reprimanding, and killing intent was all over her delicate face. It's over, this beauty's done for. Yin Yuan Ming said, covering his head, appearing to feel extreme pity. It's rumored that Wind Moon Sect's disciples are all lecherous, viewing the thing between men and women as cultivation. Wind Moon Sect's sect master is all the more lustful. It's rumored that he has several hundred wives alone, and the beauties that he's defiled reach several tens of thousands. Qing EU being fancied by Wind Moon Sect's sect master's son, it'll definitely be hard to get away. It can't be helped, we can't interfere at all. Even if we wanted to interfere, our strength is not enough. Zhou Zifei and the others found excuses for themselves. They all just entered the flower blossom tier, whether it was Qing EU or the four beautiful women, they were all at least mid-level flower blossom tier. There certainly was somewhat of a gap in tier. However, for geniuses, this bit difference in tier was actually not much. Wasn't it quite normal to battle surpassing 5 stars? They simply didn't dare to provoke the Wind Moon sect. Ling Han laughed, and said, "Can ye help?" "Okay." Can Yi said no more, and charged right up brandishing his saber. Chapter 605, Struck Back. Reverie _ Can Yi attacked decisively, and with a swing of the saber, 9 flashes of saber chi dispersed, the saber intent chilling. He was as if a god of war. His progress was fast as expected, reaching 9 flashes of saber chi, and only a step away from condensing a ray. Martial arts were not just about tiers. In the first layer of the flower blossom tier, some only had 1-star battle prowess, yet some could reach 5 stars, or even 10 stars. Qin Yi was only at the first layer of the flower blossom tier, but his battle prowess reached 7 stars. This aspect was his personal talent, and the effect of Heavenly Luck Stone, allowing him to obtain additional 5 stars battle prowess. As 9 flashes of saber chi moved unhindered, Qin Yi immediately tore open the 4 beautiful women's encirclement and joined hands with Qin EU. Brandishing saber and sword together, they instantly suppressed the 4 beautiful women. Originally, Qin EU already had a slight advantage, let alone now that there was Qin Yi whose strength was not much inferior to hers. Humph. Inside the carriage, Gu Qingfang's extremely discontented snort could be heard. He said, "The brat with the severed arm, you dare ruin this young master's fine occasion?" Qin Yi was not one to speak much to begin with, he simply swung the saber, completely defeating the 4 beautiful women. Seeing such battle prowess, Zhou Zifei and the others turned pale. They knew that Qin Yi was strong, which was why they admitted him into their circle, but everyone was still quite conceited, thinking they themselves definitely weren't inferior to him. Comparing it now, they were obviously shocked. "Thank you," Qin EU said. Amidst the battle, she couldn't pay attention to courtesy, and simply nodded at Qin Yi. Qin Yi was expressionless, extremely cold and detached. Ling Han sighed. "How can you pick up girls like that? She was showing her gratitude towards you, and if you were a bit gentler towards her, maybe you'd fall for each other. Wasn't someone like him bound to be alone? Courting death?" A man, who looked little over 20, darted out of the carriage. He was in embroidered clothes ornamented by jade and looked quite handsome, but the perverseness on his face was too strong. Those eyes couldn't wish more to strip down all of the clothing on women. He was obviously Hu Qingfang. "Cripple, you dare ruin this young master's fine matter? You truly are tired of living. See how this young master will put you down." Qin Yi brandished his long saber, his gaze baleful as he said, "Then I'll fight." Succinct and to the point. He Lan Yun instantly revealed a besotted look. What she liked was precisely things like Qin Yi's icy cold and fearless personality, but Wind Moon Sect's young master intervened, and losing or winning were both inappropriate, making her worry again. A mere first-layer flower blossom tier cripple even dares to be impudent in front of this young master. Hu Qingfang sneered, and attacked Qin Yi. The weapon he used was a spiked club covered with symbols. It was now activated, sparkling and emitting a terrifying presence. Qin Yi's saber was still 9-hoop Heaven Hero Blade, a 5th-tier spirit tool, which couldn't keep up with his tier anymore. But it couldn't be helped, he was just a 5th-tier martial artist who'd crossed into the flower blossom tier not long ago, so how could he possibly obtain a 6th-tier spirit tool? However, he was still fearless, brandishing the long saber with chilling saber intent and charging towards Qing Fang. Ping, ping, pang, pang, the two battled noisily. Qing Fang was certainly strong. He was at the 7th layer of the flower blossom tier, and his battle prowess reached 10 stars, suppressing Qing by 3 stars. Moreover, the weapon in his hand was a 6th tier spirit tool, so he obviously had a great advantage. However, Qing was extremely tenacious, and counterattacked repeatedly despite the disadvantageous situation, attacking to defend and fighting so desperately that Qing Fang had to give up on attacks to defend, otherwise both sides would be defeated and wounded. For Qing Fang, he was obviously unwilling to be defeated and wounded by Qing. Firstly, his strength was higher, and secondly, with his identity, how could a stray martial artist compare with his noble body? It was precisely such a qualm that rendered him unable to defeat Qing even in the situation where he clearly had the advantage, falling into a stalemate. Ling Han smiled slightly, and opened up his hands secretly. An arrow of origin power condensed, xiao, firing at Qing Fang. Now, no one noticed him, and he intentionally dissolved the color of this arrow that was condensed by origin power. Although its power decreased because of this, he didn't want to take Qing Fang's life. As the arrow swept by, Qing Fang wasn't on his guard at all, and was shot on the knee, instantly staggering and almost falling down. Qing took the chance to strike with his saber, shua, bringing out a splash of blood. Ah! Qing Fang screamed. The saber struck on his shoulder and almost severed his bones, making him deeply pained. What made him even gloomier was that he actually hadn't figured out the situation, and just felt his right leg go numb. What happened? Zhu Xian'er and Hu Niu looked towards Ling Han. Others didn't notice, because they didn't care about Ling Han, a nobody at the spiritual ocean tier, at all. They both smiled gently. As females, they obviously disliked people like Qing Fang extremely. However, Qing Fang's tier was higher after all, and his battle prowess was stronger. The saber wound wasn't very heavy either, and he soon pulled himself together, charging back at Qing. Ling Han smiled inwardly. His right hand spread, and another annihilating dragon star arrow shot out. His battle prowess now crossed into the spiritual infant tier, and even if he didn't use a physical bow, this annihilating dragon star arrow was still extremely formidable. In addition, he also adhered the power of lighting to it, and saw through Qing Fang's weak spots with the eye of truth. 3 mystical powers together. Qing Fang should feel honored being hit by them. It was quite the rare occurrence, after all. Qing Fang staggered once more, and was struck by Qing's saber again. As other people saw it, it was as if Qing already anticipated he would make such an error, waiting there for him in advance. They couldn't help but be shocked, since such control over a fight was too astounding. With this foresight, Qing obviously took the upper hand with an extremely large advantage, striking at Qing Fang to the point where he couldn't endure it anymore. After a few dozen moves, he ran into the carriage and shouted, "Cripple, you dare go against me? You've got yourself into big trouble." Qing swept across his chest and said, "Comt out to fight." There was no way Qing Fang dared to come out. He thought that the sudden numbness in his legs was from some sort of mystic art that Qing used. He was already scared out of his wits. This brat didn't care about his identity as Wind Moon Sect Master's son, and slashed fatally with each strike. If he fought him any longer, he would truly die here. "If I don't take my revenge, I won't be able to live anymore," he shouted, and with a call, the 4 beautiful women came back into the carriage one after another. Qing still wanted to chase, but a light barrier rose up on the carriage, blocking him. "Don't chase. That's Wind Moon Sect's ancient war chariot, and if there's an elite controlling it, it can even unleash spiritual infant tier attacks." Qin Yu waved her hand to stop Qing, not letting him continue the chase. Qin, however, looked towards Ling Han, and after seeing Ling Han shake his head too, Qin then stored his saber into a spatial ring. "I'll wait for you," he said indifferently. Qing Fang roared angrily, but could only drive the carriage and run back the way he came. Chapter 606, Shameless. Reverie _ You've got into a big trouble. Cho Zifei immediately shouted at Ling Han. You know who he is? Wind Moon Sect Master's son. Wind Moon Sect has heaven-tier elites. Can you afford to provoke such a force? Exactly, you're going to get us killed. Sun Jian-sen also said. Qin sneered, and said, if your wife, mother, and daughter were in this situation, could you guys also speak such words and watch indifferently on the side? No one spoke, but their expressions couldn't be clearer. They didn't encounter such a situation, so did supposing have any meaning? Qin Yu smiled instead, and said, although our Dark Glory Valley's strength as a whole falls short of Winter Moon Sect's, we're not to be humiliated as they please. This matter is bound to be grievances between juniors, and it's impossible for figures too strong to intervene, or else it'll trigger a full-out war between two factions. Only after hearing her words was everyone somewhat calmer. Let's go, this place is still within the boundaries of the Winter Moon Sect. Although it's not the core area, I've heard there are peak stage flower blossom tier elites here, and they're not easily dealt with. Qin Yu went on. Her temperament was graceful and she was also beautiful, having an inherent spirit of a leader, therefore, she immediately became everyone's center and led them. Everyone promptly nodded their heads. This was still Winter Moon Sect's territory, so it'd be better escape quickly. They didn't dare walk on the main roads again. Deviating into the forest by the side, they didn't fly, either. It'd consume origin power and might not be fast enough, so they simply ran on the ground covertly, which was fast and strength-saving. At night, they stopped to rest and raised a fire to roast rations and dried meat, and began conversing at the same time. So you guys are also going to the Restore Heaven Academy? After listening to everyone talk, Qin Yu nodded, and said, I'm also going there, but ended up encountering Hu Qingfang half a month ago, being entangled with him constantly. Luckily, I received everyone's help. Only Qin intervened, while the others even reprimanded him afterwards, but she knew how to conduct herself, and obviously wouldn't bring this up and make the atmosphere awkward. Some people looked ashamed. Cho Zifei was self-content and smug as if it were as she said, with everyone helping in the time of danger, more so, even as if it hadn't been Qin who rescued her, but him. Lady Qin, no need to worry. If Hu Qingfang dares to come again, see if I won't defeat him utterly, he boasted without shame. Who didn't know how to talk big? It was to ingratiate himself with a beauty anyway, so no matter how big the talk, he could still blow it up to the skies. Pooh. Other people still had scruples and didn't laugh out loud, but Hunyo absolutely didn't know what giving face was, instantly bursting into laughter. Little girl, what are you laughing at? Cho Zifei blew off the skies with the big talk, and obviously feared most being uncovered and humiliated, so with this little girl's laughter, he was angered from humiliation and glared at her. Is it not funny? Qin drew his saber and glowered at Cho Zifei. Such a cute little girl. Qin Yu reached out to hug Hunyo. Though the little girl was painted with a clown face now, it still couldn't hide her bizarreness and endearingness. Ugly girl, don't dream of hugging Lord Nyo. Hunyo retreated hurriedly as if avoiding bad luck. However, she complied with Ling Han's instructions, and didn't use power recklessly, so how could she evade a mid-level flower blossom tier's reach? She was instantly embraced by Qin Yu, and her small head was buried in Qin Yu's lofty breasts. Nyo's going to suffocate. Ugly girl, hurry up and move your fat away from Nyo's face, or Nyo will flip out. Hunyo gesticulated and bawled. Cho Zifei and the other 4 men looked on enviously, thinking if they could personally change places with Hunyo. Instantly, they almost felt a nosebleed spurting out. Qin Yu also couldn't help but laugh, and let go. Hunyo hurriedly fled back to Ling Han and hid in his embrace, then asked Ling Han in a sweet voice, this ugly girl wants to use her fat to suffocate Nyo, can Nyo beat her silly? How detestable, to actually want to conspire to murder the cute Nyo. With her mentioning the fat on her chest twice, Qin Yu was somewhat flushed. This little girl was cute, but she spoke so why was it called fat? It was clearly two firm and upright mountain peaks, so how was it at all related to fat? They were at most a bit larger than usual. Qing Yu was still quite self-satisfied, and sometimes, when she admired herself in the mirror, she felt a tiny sort of bitterness. In the future, who knew which man would be allowed close to them? Ling Han laughed, and said, "Forget it. She just likes you, so be generous like a lord and don't argue with her." Hunyeo bit on her finger and thought for a while, then finally said, "All right, Nyo's a magnanimous person, so Nyo won't fuss over minor matters with the ugly girl." Though that was what she said, her slippery gaze didn't seem to be letting the matter go so easily. Other people didn't know what the little girl was capable of, so they all laughed loudly, feeling that children's words carried no harm. They thought that if she knew how terrifying Qin Yi knew, a medium-level flower blossom tier elite, was, she probably wouldn't dare to say such words. When eating, Hunyeo definitely wouldn't treat herself unfairly, and took out the food within the spatial ring. Those were vegetables and beast meat nourished within the Black Tower, their taste absolutely delicious, instantly making people drool from the smell. Cho Zifei and the other 5 had already smelled it 3 days ago, but were embarrassed to ask a little girl for food. Now, they could only speed up swallowing their saliva. However, Qin Yu was truly fond of Hunyeo. Walking over without caring, she said, "Beautiful Nyo Nyo, can sister get a piece?" Hunyeo thought for a while with her head tilted, and said, "Fine." She divided up a small piece of meat, then wrapped it up with raw vegetables, handing it over to Qin Yu, and said, "This is a new eating method Nyo invented, called vegetable-wrapped meat." Qin Yu opened her small mouth and bit right on the vegetable-wrapped meat, slowly chewing. She originally just wanted to tease Hunyeo, and wasn't really fond of food, but once she chewed on it, her delicate face changed color. How could it be so delicious? The lightness of the vegetables fused with the roasted meat's richness complemented each other's strong points, stimulating her taste buds. She felt as if she'd reached some sort of climax, and her face instantly flushed red. For a moment, her brain was as if it had short-circuited, and she only felt ceaseless stimulation, making her involuntarily moan. Like a cat's cry, it tickled people's hearts. Cho Zifei and the other 4 men almost howled collectively. This moan was too alluring, and made them unable to bear the wish of transforming into evil wolves, pouncing at that enchanting little white sheep. Unfortunately, this little white sheep possessed terrifying strength. Unless they were tired of living, how would they dare pounce on her? Qin Lianyu finally came back to her senses after a long while, and involuntarily blushed with shame. To actually moan from eating a bite of food, how embarrassing. No matter how delicious it was, she shouldn't have done that and act as if she hadn't eaten for 3 lifetimes. Cece. Hunyeo then revealed a devilish smile. "You'll definitely want to eat more after eating such a delicious thing, but I'm not giving it to you. Let you crave it to death, for actually daring to use 2 lumps of meat to squish your Lord Nyo Nyo." Chapter 607, Attacked Again. Reverie _ As expected, Qin Lianyu couldn't control herself with such delicacies, and also liked little girls like Hunyeo. She lowered her posture and asked Hunyeo for food, but Hunyeo wouldn't pay attention to her, and just ate self-absorbedly with juices dripping everywhere. Everyone swallowed their saliva constantly, craving for food. All right, seeing how miserable you look, I'll give you another piece." At last, Hunyeo divided another piece of meat for Qin Lianyu and wrapped it with vegetables, passing it into Qin Lianyu's small mouth. She didn't have good intentions, and wanted Qin Lianyu to still keep thinking about it. The little girl was very keen on holding grudges. As expected, this night, Qin Lianyu had trouble sleeping. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't tasted that umami, but once she ate it and didn't satisfy the desire for good food, she suffered much more. However, it also made her extremely curious what meat exactly it was and how the vegetables were planted to have such tastiness. On the second day, Qin Lianyu targeted Ling Han, and asked him about the origin of those meat and vegetables. Ling Han was pestered beyond annoyance, and said, "That's not beast meat, but human meat." The vegetables, well, were of course planted with humans as fertilizer. He said it balefully, which made Qin Lianyu's delicate face twitch ceaselessly as she retreated in defeat right away. This made Hunyao convulse with laughter, finally feeling that revenge had been taken. Qin Lianyu obviously wouldn't believe it. She hadn't eaten human meat, but as a martial artist, how could she not have seen human flesh? It wasn't like this at all. She could conclude that the beast meat she ate yesterday was luxurious musk deer, a beast whose meat was known for succulence. She had eaten it many times, but not even once was it as delicious as the one the previous day. She was truly worried. Would she have appetite for other things in the future? Chou Zifei and the other four were all very interested in Qin Lianyu, circling and ingratiating themselves with her in every way possible. This girl was not only beautiful like a celestial, but also extraordinary in identity, being Dark Glory Valley's master's junior disciple. If they could marry her, then their own status would increase a whole lot, and even their families would climb higher along with them. In the martial arts world, for spiritual infant tier, deity transformation tier, and heaven tier, the difference between each was like heaven and earth, the rank strict. The five of them only had background of the deity transformation tier, and obviously wanted to claim connections with a true disciple of the Dark Glory Valley. Not to mention that just Qin Lianyu's exceptional beauty alone was enough. However, Qin Lianyu wouldn't possibly care about them. She was courteous to them for the sake of Kenyi. Otherwise, how would she put up with these craven and cowardly people? Other than practicing martial arts, she liked most to search for various delicacies, and obviously thought constantly of Hunyo's food, so she inquired Zhu Xian'er. She presumed that these foods were definitely not prepared by the little girl personally, and the adults by her side were just Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er. However, Ling Han already scared her off, and she obviously wouldn't look for trouble again, so she could only find Zhu Xian'er. Whatever the two girls talked about, they both laughed sweetly, and soon became very intimate, making Ling Han and Hunyo astonished. Women, truly strange creatures. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders. Yes. Hunyo gnawed on food while revealing a distressed look, and said, then Nyo's done for. If Nyo grows up, then Nyo will become such strange girl, but if Nyo doesn't grow up, how can Nyo marry Ling Han? Ling Han laughed loudly, rubbed Hunyo's head, and said, then don't grow up, it's also good this way. He always had a knot in his heart. Perhaps when Hunyo grew up, the strange spirit base in her dantian would take her over. A being like that was too terrifying, as its imposingness alone could annihilate his heaven tier's divine sense. Hunyo wouldn't be able to resist at all. No, Nyo wants to marry Ling Han. Ling Han is Nyo's. Hunyo squeezed into Ling Han's embrace and hugged him forcefully. Ah, you're strangling me to death. Ling Han bawled. Cece, Hunyo laughed heartily. You guys are quite happy, huh? A sneer sounded out as a carriage flew over from the sky, and stopped in front of them with a turn. The carriage, 15 meters long and 10 meters high, was as if a moving castle, and 4 scantily clad beautiful women sat in the location of the coachman. The winter moon set and Hu Qing Fang. He came again. However, before everyone shouted questions, an extremely resounding cry came from the carriage, wave after wave, as if the tide. This was a girl's moan, quite hysterical, and the carriage even trembled at an extremely high frequency. Experienced people obviously knew what was going on once they heard it, and they were instantly flabbergasted, doing that sort of thing with so openly. Ling Han covered Hunyo's ears, then revealed a displeased look, and said, Can ye? Yes. Can ye immediately responded, leaping out and striking with his saber. Xiao, 9 flashes of saber chi dispersed and turned into 10 streaks along with the saber, slashing at the carriage. Impudence. The 4 beautiful women leapt out one after another, meeting Kenye's assault. Peng, 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 peng. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the 4 beautiful women retreated in defeat one after another, but Kenye's attack was also neutralized. Ah, a long exhalation could be heard from within the carriage. The carriage's intense trembling immediately stopped as a woman said, Young sect master's skills are getting better and better. Your humble servant almost died. Ha 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 ha. Hu Qingfang's proud laughter came from within the carriage. Such words were probably the praise that men loved to hear most from women. The carriage door opened, and out came 3 people. It was actually a threesome earlier. They surely knew how to play, not only having car sex, but also with 3 people at once. The man was obviously Hu Qingfang. He bared his upper body, and only wore a pair of loose briefs while carrying a woman whose clothes didn't cover her body, revealing it in all sorts of places. Another woman stood next to him. She looked a little over 30, maintaining herself quite well. Her skin was snow-white and tender, her bosom was round and bulging, her buttocks were plump and protruding, large and round. She wore a loose skirt. At first glance, it was all right, but once the mountain breeze blew and lifted the edges of the skirt, inside was actually completely bare, enough to make people cover their faces in embarrassment. Yang Ying Shi. Yang Ying Yun. Qing Lianyu cried out. Her gaze was kept on the 2 girls whose clothes didn't cover their bodies, revealing an intense and scrupulous look. Be careful, these are Winter Moon Sect's 2 leaders at this place, and are both in the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. Tisk, TSK, it's rare for Lady Qin to recognize us sisters. What a real honor, the beautiful woman standing on her own said. She was Yang Ying Yun, while the other one still indulging in Hu Qingfang's embrace was Yang Ying Shi. Temptress. Qin Lianyu said in disdain, her gaze full of contempt. Yang Ying Yun giggled, letting the wind reveal her all over, and said, what does an unexperienced little girl know? Women need men's nourishment constantly to stay beautiful. This way, it's convenient to do things. Vulgar. Qin Lianyu castigated her. Qin let out a battle cry, and charged towards the carriage. The order he received was to kill. Chapter 608, Crushed by Strength. Reverie _ Qin attacked, and Saber Qi moved unhindered, its might shocking. Yang Ying Yun giggled, then twisted her fat buttocks and shifted her figure as she reached out with her slender hand, trying to grab the long blade to seize control over it with bare hands. Qin snorted and turned the longer saber, pointing the edge downwards and sweeping it towards Yang Ying Yun. An insensitive boorish man. Girls are to be loved, and you can mess around on the bed however you like, just afraid that you won't use enough force, but when striking them, it's better to be gentler. Yang Ying Yun flipped, and didn't mind at all revealing herself a little. This made Zhu Xian err, Qin Lianyu, and He Lan Yun's flush, even seething with anger. How could there be such a shameless woman? Absolutely shameless. However, Yang Ying Yun was very strong. She certainly was at the peak stage flower blossom tier, and her battle prowess reached 12 stars. She couldn't count as too strong of a genius, but she was already very strong. After all, Qin had only 7 stars of battle prowess. This was a complete stomp. But Yang Ying Yun's strength was only 2 stars higher than Hu Qingfang's, and she still dared to charge over, clearly having something to rely on. Huh. Hu Qingfang couldn't help but feel it strange. Why did Qin become so weak all of a sudden? When he'd fought Qin earlier, he lost out repeatedly, having no choice but to give up. If Qin only had such battle prowess, why would he have to run away so sorrily? I'll help you. Qin Liangyu charged out with her sword and joined hands with Qin, combining their strengths to battle Yang Ying Yun. However, while Qin Lianyu was exceptionally talented, her cultivation was also a bit too low. The 4th layer of the flower blossom tier with 10 stars battle prowess. The two together still couldn't make up for the gap in power against Yang Ying Yun, and were still at a disadvantage. Chou Zifei and the others instantly thought of running. If Qin Liangyu and Qin were not their match, staying to fight would only lead to death. Ling Han pulled out a annihilating dragon star arrow. An invisible arrow Qi instantly shot towards Yang Yuning. The arrow Qi was invisible, and although its power was also much inferior, it was superior in its concealment, and couldn't be better to trip someone. Ah! Yang Ying Yun was hit as expected. An arrow struck her knee, she staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Qin Yi and Qin Lianyu took the advantage of it to counterattack, and suppressed Yang Yingyu, temporarily gaining the upper hand. Yang Yingyun wanted to counterattack, but her knee kept being hit by arrows, making her only able to constantly yell angrily. That again. Hu Qingfang muttered, he was defeated in this way. What methods did the opponent use exactly? Yang Yingshi stretched her head out from Hu Qingfang's embrace, revealing a strange look. She felt the surge of a smear of origin power, but it passed in a flash, making her unable to confirm it. She giggled and said, "Younger sister, want your older sister to help you?" "Okay." Yang Yingyun flew right back onto the carriage. Qin Lianyu and Qin Yi wanted to chase, but saw Yang Yinshi strike with a palm, with vein-like pattern spreading, turning into a resplendent ray. Qin Yi and Qin Lianyu both turned pale with fright, and hurriedly sprung backwards rapidly. Spiritual infant tear. The two of them said quaveringly, even their bodies somewhat shivered. What could they do? Spiritual infant tear absolutely crushed flower blossom tear opponents, not to mention that one of them was at low stage, and another at a medium stage of the flower blossom tier. It would be useless even if all of them were at peak stage of the flower blossom tier. No wonder Hu Qingfang dared to fight back. As it turned out, he'd called out a spiritual infant tier elite. *T, what to do now? Ha 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 ha. Hu Qingfang laughed loudly. Never expected it, right? Sub-branch mastering sure advanced into the spiritual infant tier half a year ago. Suppressing you few mere flower blossom tier warriors is obviously as easy as the turn of the palm for her. Everyone was shocked. With a spiritual infant tier elite on the scene, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone make a comeback. Jejij 1. Yang Yingshi walked off the carriage, swaying her plump buttocks, and swept her gaze past the few men one by one. She said, "Your humble servant loves these strong little guys the most, not only full of vigor but also full of yang qi, greatly tonic. Older sister, you can't enjoy them alone." Yang Yingyun said hurriedly. "Pa." Hu Qingfang slapped her buttocks, and smiled lewdly. "This young master didn't satisfy your appetite? Young sect master too only has one treasured stick, but your humble servants are sisters. Moreover, doesn't young sect master still have to take care of Lady Qin?" Yang Yingyun was not at all embarrassed, and instead swung her plump buttocks, acting coquettishly. Yang Yunshi turned around, and said, "Young sister, if you absorb these men's qi of origin yang, you'll have 50% chance to charge into the spiritual infant tier." Yang Yingyun was exulted. She said, "Then thank you for the trouble, sister." Yang Yingshi nodded while giggling, and said, "These handsome brothers, want to spend the spring night with us sisters? We'll definitely let you handsome brothers fully enjoy the worldly pleasures with women." Chou Zifei and the others' faces changed color. The sisters were going to harvest yang to nourish yin. With wind-moon sex viciousness falling into their hands, no matter male or female, one would definitely be harvested of all their vigor and die. Yang Yingshi looked towards Hunyo, and turned to ask Hu Qingfang. There's also a little girl. Cece, young sect master, want me to leave her to you? Kill her. Hu Qingfang waved his hands. He only wanted to make love with Qin Lianyu. Although there were countless beauties in the world, but comparisons were the scariest. Compared to Qin Lianyu, no matter He Lan Yun or the Yang sisters, they all paled in comparison, being way too far apart. Hunyo exploded with anger. They were actually going to kill such a cutie like her. She jumped out of Ling Han's embrace, pointed at Yang Yingshi, and said, "Old hag, Nyo will kill you." She then pondered, and turned to ask, "Can Nyo kill her?" "Yes." Ling Han nodded. Hunyo's enthusiasm for killing was too big, and probably couldn't be changed in this lifetime, so she could only be guided by making her kill people that deserve to be killed. Jejijij. Yang Yingshi laughed wantonly. Could there be anything more laughable? A 7 to 8-year-old little girl actually said she'd kill her. It made her feel as if she was listening to a joke. Niu will warm up first. Niu raised her hands and split her legs, appearing very serious. Everyone wanted to laugh but couldn't, as they were faced with a hopeless situation. I'll restrain them, you guys retreat. Qin Lian Ke decided promptly. She was the one who involved everyone in this disaster, so at this moment, she wanted to take this heavy burden alone. Go, go, go. Chou Zifei and the other 4 men said hurriedly. Although they'd hate to part with an exceptional beauty like Qin Lianyu, compared to them dying from being deprived of all their qi of origin yang, they'd rather let the beauty die. Think you can leave? Yang Yingshi laughed grimly. How could a spiritual infant tier attack possibly be blocked by a middle-stage flower blossom tier warrior? Qin Lianyu placed the sword to her own neck, and said, if you dare take a step forward, I'll immediately kill myself. Yingshi branch master. Hu Qingfang hurriedly shouted. His target was Qin Lianyu, and if the beauty died, then wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Yang Yingshi snorted and halted, yet laughed coldly. What a bunch of good men, actually letting a girl sacrifice herself to rescue you guys. What men you've made of yourselves. Chou Zifei and the other 4 held their tongues, but thought that when they attained certain cultivation in the future, they would come for vengeance. Niu's done warming up. Ugly hag, take this fist. Niu jumped twice and raised her small fist. Look at Niu's ultimate move, Niu's ascending dragon fist, one punch annihilation. Xiao, she darted out. Chapter 609, All Shocked Down. Reverie _ Xiao, she was like a lightning, faster than the naked eye could capture. At least, it was extremely hard to capture for spiritual infant tier warriors. Yang Yingshi just reached the spiritual infant tier, and besides, who would be vigilant towards a 7 to 8-year-old little girl? Without a single bit of attention placed on Niu, she only felt a blur in front of her eyes, yet Niu already dashed before her. She cried out, not good, inwardly, and still wanted to leap backwards, but Niu already fired a punch, smashing her chin. Peng, Yang Yingshi was sent flying, the terrifying impact assailed her, knocking her right out. Ka, a crisp sound of a bone snapping could be heard. Losing the defense of origin power, spiritual infant tier physique was extremely fragile, her head was picked right off by Niu. Yang Yingshi instantly woke up again, and as her eyes opened, she revealed a terrified expression, while her headless body fell. Niu landed, and casually raising her hand, she tossed the head away. Yang Yingshi's body hurriedly rushed after it as blood continued to spurt out from the severed neck, but after dashing over 10 steps, she fell onto the ground abruptly. Her hands and legs twitched a few more times, and forever stopped in their movements. A dignified spiritual infant tier was easily deprived of her head by a little girl, and thus killed on the spot. The entire scene was nothing but silence. Qin Lianyu, He Yunlan, Chou Zifei, and the others all knew Niu and even ate with her. But now, their legs were shivering, and they felt like fainting. This little girl was too frightening. Qin Lianyu thought more of how the little girl was extremely out of sorts and asked Ling Han if she could kill her. At the time, it obviously sounded like a joke, but looking again now, the little girl had clearly been serious. Unknowingly, she actually circled before death's door, making her break out in a cold sweat, overcome by a terrible chill. Hu Qingfang and Yang Yingyun finally came back to their senses, and hurriedly fled back into the carriage. Go! Go! He urged the 4 beautiful women to drive the carriage away. Want to kill the cute Niu? Niu's mad. Niu broke into a chase. She turned into lightning and arrived above the carriage in a flash, smashing with a fist. Wang, a light screen spread open and blocked her fist. After all, this was spiritual infant tier, and the little girl was only in the high stage of the flower blossom tier. Her fists couldn't break through it. Hu Qingfang now recovered slightly from the shock, and shouted harshly, "Ha ha ha, come, come. Want to kill this young master?" You still have to cultivate another 10,000 years. Niu burst with anger, opening her small mouth and biting the light screen. Kacha, kacha, even the light screen couldn't withstand Niu's teeth, instantly breaking apart. However, it was activated by origin power, and the shattered light screen was immediately restored, as if racing with Niu, wreaking destruction. In a short amount of time, both sides seemed to be equally matched. Qing Fang was scared out of his wits once again, and once more hurriedly shouted, "Go! Go!" The four beautiful women hurriedly prompted the carriage, speeding towards the sky. Xiao, the carriage soon disappeared on the horizon. Qin Lianyu and the others were still motionless, dumbstruck. The impact they'd received was really too great. After a long while, a flash of lightning could be seen as Niu returned. She pouted sourly and put her hands on her hips, and said, "No fun, they ran away. You were fierce enough, killing a spiritual infant tear with one hit, and tearing through spiritual infant tear with one bite. This could make the entire world tremble if it were to be known." At this time, everyone looked towards Niu as if an alarm bell had just been struck. This time, their gazes no longer had any hint of belittlement. This was a small devil, capable of killing them. After a fight, Niu's hungry. Niu stuck to Ling Han, and said fawningly, "Can Niu eat another piece of meat?" "No, you already ate enough today." Ling Han shook his head, definitively not allowing it. "Just eat another small piece, just a small piece," Niu said in a spoiled manner. "No means no." Ling Han was resolute. "Stingy, Niu's going to turn bad." Niu pouted and got angry. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for Ling Han. This was a little devil that broke off a spiritual infant tear's head, and you damn dared to disobey her. Weren't you afraid that she'd flip out and twist off your neck to use it as a wine cup? However, what surprised everyone was that Niu actually didn't cause a disturbance, and glued to Ling Han again shortly, begging piteously. Finally, when she got a piece of dried meat, she was unbelievably happy. This was absolutely unbelievable. They were all touched. It turned out this little girl was a chowhound, and could be bought with food. If they could kidnap this little girl who possessed the strength to kill low-stage spiritual infant tier opponents, then how strong would she be when she grew to her teens or 20s? Profit. They hurriedly took out dried meat to entice Niu, thinking that Ling Han was truly a fool. Such a strong underling obviously needed to be won over properly, and you were actually stingy with a few pieces of meat. Hadn't you heard the old saying, if you didn't give up your child, you couldn't hit the wolf? This wasn't really taking your child, but just a few pieces of meat. However, they couldn't possibly move Niu, and were all kicked over. Now, if it weren't for her restrained tendency to kill, she would definitely decimate them all for bothering her. Qin Lianyu's beautiful eyes concentrated on Ling Han. She thought of the situation earlier, when Yang Yingyun inexplicably staggered repeatedly, which was something unimaginable for an expert. Now, combined with Niu's freakishness, she had a bold guess. Could it be that Ling Han also possessed terrifying strength that could control this ferocious little girl? Ugly person, staring at Niu's Ling Han. You're planning something bad, right? Niu suddenly appeared before Qin Lianyu. Her small face looked full of vigilance. She really couldn't be careless, since there was always someone having ideas about her Ling Han. Qin Lianyu didn't think too much of it, and assumed that the little girl enunciated it unclearly, saying Ling Han's name wrong. She smiled faintly, and said, Niu, where's Sister Ugly? Everywhere's ugly. Niu said sternly, and went on pointing at Zhu Xian. Not even prettier than that ugly monster, so where are you not ugly? Qin Lianyu couldn't help but smile. Her beauty surpassed Zhu Xian by countless times, but she obviously wouldn't say it. Instead, she simply asked, Niu, is your Lingyan formidable? Of course, as formidable as Niu. Niu immediately said, her face full of pride. Oh. Qin Lianyu's beautiful eyes lit up. She knew that Ling Han definitely didn't look that ordinary. Chapter 610, Extreme Destruction Murderous Qing. Reverie _ The party resumed their journey. After this incident, obviously no one dared to make sarcastic comments about Ling Han again. They weren't scared of Ling Han, but of Niu. This little girl was too glued to Ling Han, so wouldn't whoever spoke ill of Ling Han fear being beaten by the little girl? This girl was a demon, relentless when it came to killing people. They were more envious of Ling Han, riding on such a coattail. Each one of them wasn't convinced at all with Ling Han. Why him? Traveling for 2 days, they were caught up with again. It was still Qing Fang. Ling Han was truly somewhat impressed. Just how unafraid of death was this guy, running away twice yet still daring to return? No, it should be, just how lecherous was this guy, for him to think constantly of Qin Lianyu? Ha ha ha, this young master's returned again. It was still the same carriage controlled by the same 4 beautiful women. The only difference was that there were no decadent sounds that came from within the carriage. Need an applause? Ling Han said with a smile. Applause? Don't think about living even if you guys kowtow. Qing Fang's voice resounded. The cabin opened, and he walked out side by side with an old man. Ling Han turned pale with fright and said, "Never would have thought that you guys of the Winter Moon sect are not only all lecherous, but also shirt lifters. Really can't bear to look straight at you, dirty, truly too dirty." Nonsense. Qing Fang hurriedly jumped off. They, the Winter Moon sect, obviously had no scruples with love affairs. On the contrary, they were proud of it, thinking that the pleasures between men and women were a type natural law, but men and men, bleg. Then what? A man and another man alone, with you two squeezing together, did nothing happen? Ling Han said deliberately. Junior, impudence. The old man immediately snorted. His voice was as if squeezed out from metal, full of sharpness and destructive power. Zhou Zifei and the others immediately bled from their eyes, ears, and noses. Only Qin Lianyu was an exception because her tier was higher. Of course, Ling Han, Zhu Xian'er, and Niu also didn't. Ling Han and Niu's battle prowess was strong enough, while Zhu Xian'er received Ling Han's protection. Extreme Destruction Murderous Qing, Duan Mingda. Qin Lianyu immediately cried out. Gaga, little lady, never expected you to recognize this old man. TSK, 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 you truly look pretty good. If the young sect master didn't fancy you, even this old man would want to cultivate jointly with you. The old man laughed uncannily, looking at Qin Lianyu with a lustful gaze. Extreme Destruction Murderous King Duan Mingda, peak stage of the spiritual infant tier. Qin Lianyu went on. Everyone was in despair. Peak stage of the spiritual infant tier was too strong for them. Although Niu was fierce, she was in the flower blossom tier after all, and being able to annihilate Yang Yingshi was also because it was a completely unexpected that she'd attack. Who could anticipate that a 7 to 8-year-old little girl could break into such speed? But now, Duan Mingda had definitely taken precautions, and he was in the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, definitely not comparable to Yang Yingshi who had just crossed into this tier. It was over. Such a thought arose within everyone's minds. Lord Duan, except for those women, kill all the rest. Qing Fang shouted. Yes, young sect master. Duan Mingda accepted the order, and he looked towards everyone balefully as he muttered, "Whom should I kill first?" Clearly knowing that Duan Mingda was just playing with them, Zhou Zifei and the others still felt a chill arise within, and couldn't help but look towards the others, all hoping that they themselves wouldn't be the first to be slaughtered. Gaga, this old man is asking you guys, whom should I kill first? Duan Mingda said threateningly. He loved most to play with people's hearts and make people fight internally, then set about to kill people, admiring their expressions of despair and regret. Zhou Zifei and the others looked at each other, then pointed at Ling Han all together and said, "Him. Don't fall for his trick." He Lan Yun shouted. "No matter what, he won't let us go. Fight it out with him." "Fight what? You're not the one to die." Zhou Zifei shouted. He Lan Yun almost died from an excess of anger. Would her ending be any better than death? Ling Han sighed, and said, there's a saying, if you don't seek death, then you won't die. Originally, seeing that we're in the same party, I wouldn't have minded saving you guys, but now, even if others don't kill you, I'll slaughter you guys. Such an arrogant tone. A mere spiritual ocean tier garbage. Zhou Zifei and the other 5 all snorted. Now, they could only retain a shred of confidence before Ling Han. This brat only abducted a strange little girl who was super strong. Did he really think himself a spiritual infant tier elite? Ha 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 ha. Duan Mingda laughed loudly. He loved the most to see internal strife like this. Lord Duan, please hurry and attack, Hu Qing Fang urged. Duan Mingda looked at Ling Han and said, since everyone decided to kill you first, this old man will comply with everyone's suggestion and slaughter you first. If you have the strength, then feel free to bring it on, Ling Han said indifferently. Ha, such an arrogant youngster. Duan Mingda laughed grimly, and his gaze swept past Hunyo. This little girl was the one who killed Yang Yunshi. His first reaction when he heard the news was that it was absurd. Now, after personally witnessing, this feeling became more intense. Was it possible? Little girl, attack, and let this old man see what you've got. He provoked. Hunyo snorted, and said, Ling Han will take care of you, so Nyo won't attack. Duan Mingda didn't have any unusual reaction towards this name. After all, this was the middle state, and perhaps the divine treasure trove's news only circulated between elites or young prodigies. Huh, this boy is really that formidable? Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, formidable or not, you'll know after we fight. Arrogant, so arrogant. This old man loves the most to kill people like you, it's so invigorating. Duan Mingda laughed loudly, and extended his right hand, with vein-like patterns lightening up and emitting a terrifying coercive pressure. Peak stage spiritual infant tier elite were just this powerful. Ling Han was fearless, and said with a smile, are you intimidating me? Not intimidating, this is genuine pressure, Duan Mingda said, smiling, and pressed the void at Ling Han. Hong, endless origin power surged and turned into a vast body, pressing down towards Ling Han. Are you courting death? Ling Han's figure flashed, and with lightning overflowing, he appeared before Duan Mingda and launched a fist. So fast. Everyone was greatly shocked. This high speed was almost comparable to Hunyo's. Duan Mingda didn't believe in Hunyo's strength, yet was still somewhat vigilant, but towards Ling Han, he truly didn't guard at all. A mere spiritual ocean tier, could he really turn over the skies? Obviously not. Once Ling Han attacked, he was fast as lightning, and the old man couldn't guard in time at all. He could only tilt his face, and pang, his cheek was still scraped by the fist's momentum, and blood instantly oozed out. He hurriedly dashed backwards, but as he retreated, Ling Han advanced. Like shadow following the body, Ling Han kept close to half a feet before him, making him shiver all over. What the hell? Chapter 611, Battling Peak Stage Spiritual Infant Tier. Reverie _ Duan Mingda retreated hurriedly, while Ling Han advanced hurriedly. The two were close all along, as if couple in love. However, Duan Mingda had no romantic feelings, and only felt pins and needles. How could this youngster's speed be so fast? He was as if his shadow, unshakable and giving him chills all over. He wasn't at the spiritual ocean, but flower blossom tier, and a high stage of it at that, even approaching the peak stage. But the problem was, even peak stage flower blossom tier warriors shouldn't be so fierce. He was in the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, and could kill any flower blossom tier expert several hundred times with a single finger, so how was it that he was forced to retreat repeatedly? Ling Han didn't just stick closely to him, brandishing his fists, attacked fiercely and repeatedly. Pang, 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 one punch after another, like raging tide, forced Duan Mingde to ward off the blows and tilt his head continuously in the process of retreating so as to avoid being hit by Ling Han. One retreated, and the other advanced, instantly exchanging over 100 moves. This. Everyone stared agape, so, it turned out that Ling Han was also a fierce person. Earlier, Bunyo killed an opponent at early stage of the spiritual infant tier with one punch, and though Ling Han's accomplishments weren't as eye-catching, his opponent was at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier. Now that Ling Han took action, everyone could obviously sense his presence at the late stage of the flower blossom tier, and they thought the same as Duan Mingde shouldn't be that fierce. Considering that Hunyo once demonstrated her extraordinary skills, they finally had a grasp of the so-called freaks being able to battle surpassing one's own tier and surpassing an entire large tier. Truly too freaking scary. Only Qin Lianyu had speculated as such earlier, and wasn't as surprised as the others, though her beautiful eyes still stared open wide. Comparatively, could a prodigy like her still have the face to be classified as a prodigy? No, she was still a prodigy. But Hunyo and Ling Han had already surpassed the level of prodigy, entering the level of freaks. Ah! Duan Mingde roared. Hong, purple mist rose all over his body and was about to surround Ling Han. In the moment, Ling Han was unclear of the situation, and obviously wouldn't dare let the mist surround him. Shifting his figure with a flash, he was already over 3 meters away, staring coldly at the opponent. Peak stage of the spiritual infant tier is nothing more than this, he said indifferently. The Thunderclap 9th heaven coordinated with the Devil Fairy step allowed his speed to reach one of the deity transformation tier level, and be even more agile. Duan Mingde bawled in anger, he wiped his face with his hand, and seeing that his hand was full of blood, he couldn't help but be even more furious. When bombarded by Ling Han's attacks earlier, although none landed sturdily, the fist's momentum that grazed him still cut open his face. This old man's handsome face, he said, flustered and exasperated. Ling Han was enjoying it, and said, could you still use your old face to pick up girls? TSK, I'm rather impressed by you. The aunties that could be attracted by your old face, you still have the guts to lay your hands on them. With this, are you trying to gift warmth to these aunties? Impudent Junior, this old man will subdue and kill you. Duan Mingde charged out again. This time, he unleashed a long brocade that looked like a silk-woven cloth, but was much larger, covered with designs of men and women making love. As it swayed in the wind, it seemed as if the people on it came to life and were battling fiercely. This wasn't an illusion, and there were even decadent sounds that could be heard, making people lose presence of mind. Spirit tool. However, Wind Moon Sex spirit tools were also extremely obscene and evil, utilizing erotic pictures to disturb people's will. Kill! Duan Mingji roared loudly. Shio! Amidst the brocade was also a resplendent light that fired at Ling Han, and Duan Mingde himself also rushed over, spreading his terrifying presence and completely displaying the strength of the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier. Ling Han laughed loudly. If the opponent was small Saber King, then he definitely wouldn't rival him yet. After all, he could battle surpassing tiers, but small Saber King also could do that. At best, he could surpass more levels, but definitely couldn't remedy the gap of a big tier. However, it was different for Duan Mingde, being spiritual infant tier, his battle prowess was only around 10 stars, and Ling Han completely didn't fear him. Activating the Thunderclap 9th heaven, he turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared before Duan Mingde in a flash, bombarding him with both fists again. Boy, don't you dare! Duan Mingde raised the purple mist to envelope Ling Han with it again. This was Wind Moon Sect's secret legacy art. Facing outsiders, it could bewilder the opponent's mind, making them break out in lust and lose their mind, but for the people of Winter Moon Sect, this was tonic, stimulating their spirit and clearing their minds. Ling Han used origin power to seal all the pores on his body. This time, he didn't retreat, and made a frontal attack. Peng, the two battled fiercely. That brocade-like spirit tool was very effective as it kept shooting rays to bombard Ling Han. It also reached the late stage of the spiritual infant tier, and couldn't be underestimated. Ling Han had to dodge since his actual tier was only the flower blossom tier. With the help of this spirit tool, Duan Mingda was barely able to fight evenly with Ling Han. Everyone was struck with amazement. Ling Han was unarmed now, so if he unleashed a spirit tool, wouldn't he immediately have the advantage? Too frightening. How could there be such a kick-ass flower blossom tier elite? Chou Fei and the other 4 men were dreadfully pale. If the Wind Moon sect won this battle, they would definitely be doomed. However, if Ling Han won, would he let them go since they forced Ling Han to go die earlier? Death left and right, then what were they staying for? They stepped back and wanted to slip away, and as for that Restore Heaven Academy, they'd go next year. Hang, where do you guys think you're going? Hunyo placed her hands on her hips, with an ominous glint burning in her eyes. Qin held his long saber horizontally, brimming with killing intent. If it were Qin alone, then the 5 of them together would charge head-on, but adding Hunyo, they could only give up immediately. Chou Zifei forced a smile, and said, Qin, what are you suggesting? They already had fallen out anyway, so Qin simply showed his hands, and said, before young Master Han decides, no one is allowed to leave. Young Master Han? Ling Yun? Chou Zifei and the others now knew that Ling Yun wasn't that person's real name, but they were also extremely unfamiliar with the appellation, Young Master Han. Could this person be called Ling Han or Han Yun? They didn't seem to have ever heard it. Qin, are you going to be ungrateful and turn on us? Chou Zifei immediately shouted. We were the ones that accepted you into this circle, and this is how you repay us? What a base person. Xing Jiansen also rebuked. Qin smiled grimly, and said, then what should I do not to be a base person? Let us leave. Yu Yuanming said hurriedly. He believed that Qin should be able to persuade Hunyo. A bunch of cowards clinging abjectly to life. I'm ashamed to associate with you guys. Qin said coldly, and his killing intent became even fiercer. Qin, everyone's friends, let it go. He Lan Yun stood out to mediate. She proceeded from the overall situation. After all, the 6 of them came from the same place, and everyone's backers were connected in countless ways. Right. Chou Zifei nodded and suddenly attacked, detaining He Lan Yun and pressing a blade against her neck. Let us go immediately, or else this woman will die here. Chapter 612, Extremely Shameless. Reverie _ Such an abrupt change. Not only was it unexpected for Qin, even He Yunlan also found it unexpected. She mediated with good intentions, and actually suffered the duress of a companion. It was so sudden that she couldn't guard against it, and was easily subdued by the other. Qin, this woman is deeply attached to you. Are you willing to let her die here? Chou Zifei tightened his right hand. As the blade cut open He Lan Yun's skin, blood oozed out, and made He Yunlan let out a groan in pain, her almost shaped eyes filled with fury and regret. Qin looked coldly at Xing Jianseng and the other 3, and said, are you guys also going to wallow in the mire with him? Xing Jianseng and the rest didn't respond, but stood closer to Chou Zifei and guarded him on all sides, evidently not giving Qin the chance for a rescue and expressing their stance with their actions. Ha 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 ha. Hu Qingfang laughed loudly. He truly found such a turn of events unexpected. The enemy of the enemy was a friend. He said, everyone, come have a seat on this young master's carriage. This young master will protect you guys. Chou Zifei and the other 4 were obviously overjoyed. They immediately shouted, get out of the way, let us through. Qin looked at He Lan Yun's delicate face, his hand trembling slightly. What are you still distracted about? Need I strip her of her clothes and blow a load first? Chou Zifei shouted loudly. Hu Qingfang's eyes immediately lit up as he said, this idea's not bad, but this young master needs to get the first load, you guys line up. He was of the Wind Moon sect, and obviously wasn't embarrassed at all about doing that thing in public, rather, it would make him feel even more excited. You're inhuman. He Lanyan finally shouted, her delicate face flushed. She'd rather die than to be defiled in front of the person she liked. Base person. Qin Lianyu reproved. She knew Chou Zifei and the others were shameless, but never expected it to reach such an unbearable degree. Hee, if you're reluctant to part, why don't you change places with her? Chou Zifei stared at Qin Lianyu with insatiable eyes. This woman was 10 times better than He Lanyun in both her figure and looks. He even dreamed of getting intimate with her, but fearing her strength, he only dared think about it. However, now that things had come to this, he risked it all. Under extreme emotions, people would naturally do some things out of what was proper. Dirty. Shameless. Qin Lianyu and Zhu Xian'er both reprimanded him furiously. He Lanyun wished to die to avoid suffering from such humiliation. Hunyo yawned, and said in a sweet voice, "You guys are so useless, still need Lord Nyo to do things. Please help." Kinyi saluted Hunyo. He'd never asked anyone for help, but this time, he decided to make an exception. "Don't you come over." Chou Zifei immediately felt a chill all over his body, and his desire faded completely. Hunyo was too frightening, killing a spiritual infant tier elite with one punch. Although it was done with element of surprise, it still reflected her strength. Otherwise, why didn't Chou Zifei and the other 4 try to kill a spiritual infant tier? You say don't come over here, and I won't. Who do you think you are, Nyo's Ling Han? Hunyo snorted, appearing extremely displeased. Chou Zifei hadn't spoken yet, but she already turned into lightning and charged over. Peng, 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 peng. Tsing Jianseng and the other 3 were instantly sent flying, unable to withstand more than one exchange against Hunyo. Chou Zifei gritted his teeth, and roared, "If I die, I'm dragging one down with me. Ha 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 ha, with a beauty keeping company, I won't be lonely on the road either." He tightened his right hand, and was just about to kill He Lanyun. Ding, he felt his grasp become lighter, and astonishingly discovered that this sword was actually broken by Hunyo's bite. Fuck, it was forged with a 6th tier rare metal, and although it hadn't been refined into a spirit tool, its hardness wasn't any inferior. A small monster. Cece. Hunyo raised her head, and Peng punched Chou Zifei's left eye. Ah! Chou Zifei screamed, and instantly staggered backwards, no longer able to control He Lanyun, covering his eye with both hands and appearing to be in extreme pain. He Lanyun was finally free. She directly took out a treasured sword from a spatial ring, thrusting it at Chou Zifei. Pooh! The sword tip pierced Chou Zifei's chest and penetrated his heart. Chou Zifei's limbs twitched, then stopped moving. Pa! He Lanyun spat on Chou Zifei's corpse, still feeling as if it wasn't enough to vent her hatred. Ayaya, Nyo still wanted to leave this bastard to Ling Han, and now he's killed. Hunyo sighed, but then was pleased again. Whatever, Ling Han wouldn't mind such a small thing. Tsing Jianseng and the others all shivered in fright. Although they didn't act, they still participated in the coercion, clarifying their stance. Now that the hostage was lost, what were they to do? You guys die on your own, or should Nyo do it? Hunyo crossed her arms in front of her chest, and stared coldly at the 4 people. Tsing Jianseng and the other 3 completely lost the will to fight. The strength of the 2 sides was not on the same level at all. They shouted loudly one after another, "Young Master Hu, save us! Save us!" Qin Lianyu, Kinyi, and the others were stunned. These 4 people were actually shameless enough to beg Hu Qingfang for help. This truly pushed the word shameless to new heights. Hu Qingfang also seemed to have found it unexpected. He couldn't help but laugh and applaud them. Laughable, laughable, truly laughable. But, since you guys don't have the hostage in your hands anymore, then what use are you guys to this young master? Tsing Jianseng and the other 3 were all in despair, and looked towards He Lanyun, hoping she'd plead on their behalf. He Lanyun's face even turned pale in anger. These 4 people had the nerve? She turned away and didn't take another glance at them. These people. I'll kill them. It's not worth dirtying Lord Nyo-Nyo's hands. Qing brandished his sword and charged out. His fury was great, and his killing intent was burning. Xing Jiansangs and the other three were no match for Qing to begin with, let alone now that they've lost their will to fight. In a few moves, they were all killed by Qing. Woo! He Lan finally cried out, throwing herself into Qing's arms. Qing was obviously startled, not knowing how to react. After being startled momentarily, he finally knew to put away his saber and wrap his arms around He Lan Yun's shoulders, patting lightly as if to coax a child. Idiot. Fool. Qin Lianyu and Zhu Xian'er remarked. On the other side, Ling Han and Duan Mingda's battle was drawing to an end because Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword. He was the most skilled in sword techniques, and as the treasured sword was brandished by him, 29 flashes of qi were raised, reaching the limit of qi. How could Duan Mingda rival such might? 29 flashes of sword qi. Qin Lianyu's beautiful eyes burned brightly as if she'd discovered a new world. Zhu Xian'er took it all in, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly on more person she needed to be careful about. Hu Qingfang's face turned pale. He never would have thought failure was still unavoidable even after enlisting the help of a peak-stage spiritual infant tier expert. He hurriedly hid in the carriage, urging the 4 beautiful women to drive it away. He didn't care whether Duan Mingda was dead or alive, for obviously running away to protect his own life was more important. Peng, a human head swept over and landed in front of the carriage, splattering spiritual infant tier blood and emitting a powerful coercive force. Where do you think you guys are going? Ling Han stood with his sword in hand, seething with killing intent. Chapter 613, Beheading Hu Qingfang. Reverie _ Everything had first and second time, but how could there be third one as well? Hu Qingfang already escaped twice, and actually wanted to escape for a third time and then request deity transformation tier elites to come over? Ling Han obviously wouldn't tolerate it. With an imposing presence, he barged in with his sword to block the carriage. Cool. Qin Lianyu said, infatuated. She was actually a romantic person, and obviously adored heroes the most. Ling Han was the same age as her, and not too different in tier, but his strength was much more powerful, conquering her heart in no time. Of course, she only idolized Ling Han now. It was different from falling in love. Ugly monster is thinking about Ling Han as expected. Should I kill her? Hunyo stroked her chin, and seriously considered the thought. Ling Han condensed sword qi and formed a pseudo-ray. The 10,000 techniques returned to one was prepared to be launched. Brat, you certainly are very strong, but this young master is Wind Moon Sect's young sect master. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Hu Qingfang threatened. Now that he was forced to bring up his background to scare him, it was clear that he certainly was at his wit's end. Ling Han laughed grimly, and said, the Wind Moon Sect is such a shameless sect. I might as well uproot it so as to avoid the great suffering of others. Big talk. Hu Qingfang shouted sternly. Although Ling Han's battle prowess was strong, it was only at spiritual infant tier, and the Wind Moon Sect had heaven tier elites and not just one. Even deity transformation tier warriors were enough to roll over spiritual infant tier ones, let alone heaven tier warriors. I'll kill you first for a good start. Ling Han already completed the accumulation of power, and with a swing of the sword, 29 flashes of sword qi gathered and turned into a light golden-colored stream, sweeping towards the carriage. The carriage already set up its barrier, blocking the stream, but it only lasted for an instant. Peng, the barrier actually shattered under the assault of the sword qi, and the stream continued to sweep by from the center of the carriage, instantly slashing the carriage into 2 parts. Terrifying. When the carriage activated its defense, it could form a barrier at the spiritual infant tier, which relied on origin crystals as its source of power. So as long as there were origin crystals, the barrier could be constantly maintained and instantly replenished. It was destroyed with the strike of the sword, so how terrifying would Ling Han's strike have to be for the barrier's replenishment to unable to keep up? Inside the carriage, Qing Fang leapt out, his face pale. This guy was too fierce. He was sitting in Wind Moon Sect's ancient war chariot, which theoretically couldn't be broken through by any spiritual infant tier opponents. In the middle state, deity transformation tier cultivators could be called elites, and who among those that reached this level would easily start a war against the Wind Moon Sect? For this reason, Qing Fang always ran wild in the ancient war chariot without scruples until the recent few days, when he knocked into 2 iron plates consecutively. Niu could bite open the war chariot's defense, and Ling Han was even more kick-ass, slicing the carriage in 2 with a sword strike. You, don't come over. Qing Fang's greatest trump card was lost, and he was finally thrown into a panic, completely losing composure. Then scream. See if anyone will come save you if you scream your throat out, Ling Han said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Niu began to laugh loudly, while Zhu Xian'er laughed lightly with her mouth covered. Qin Lianyu thought shortly, then began to laugh as well. Her idol told a joke, so whether it was funny or not, she'd just laugh first. Go. Qing Fang pushed the 4 beautiful women while he turned tail and ran. What a joke of a man. With a flash, Ling Han turned into a flash of lightning and caught up to Qing Fan. With a strike of the sword, Qing Fang's head soared into the sky, blood gushing violently from the severed neck. Young sect master, the 4 beautiful women cried out, their faces pale. Jackals of the same tribe. Ling Han turned around and swung the sword again, killing the 4 beautiful women as well. In the Wind Moon Sect, men harvested origin Yin, and women harvested origin Yang. The higher their tier, the more people they'd harm to get there, so none of them needed to be spared. Ah, you actually did it? Qin Lianyu looked at Qing Fang's corpse, and sighed. Wind Moon Sect master might have countless wives and concubines, but he only has 1 son, whom he spoiled extremely. You killed him, which means making an enemy of the Wind Moon Sect. Ling Han looked towards her, and said, then should I silence you too? No need, no need. Qin Lianyu waved her hand hurriedly. Isn't there still a Yang Yun who slipped through the net? You don't need to silence me. This woman had quite the self-amusing spirit. Ling Han shook his head, and walked over to store the spatial rings that Qing Fang and Duan Mingde dropped. At a glance, these 2 people were really quite rich, especially Qing Fan, who actually had a 7th-tier rare metal in his spatial ring. Presumably, when he advanced into the spiritual infant tier, it would be used to forge a weapon for him. Nice timing. I've only got 6 arrows remaining, and though this piece of rare metal isn't too large, forging 5 arrows shouldn't be a problem. Ling Han walked back, and said, where are you 2 going? These 2 people obviously meant Qin Lianyu and Lan Yun. You guys are going to the Restore Heaven Academy, and I'm also going there, so of course we're going together. Qin Lianyu immediately said. Lan Yun glanced at Qin Yi, and said, I'll also go with you guys. Qin Yi was somewhat flushed, and a gentle look flashed across his eyes. It seemed like the disaster earlier opened up the film that separated the 2, having positive effects. Ling Han laughed loudly, and conveniently took out a handful of medicinal pills from the Black Tower, handing it over to Yunlan. He then said, come, this is a greeting gift. Yunlan instantly blushed, but still reached out to retrieve the medicinal pills, glancing at Qin Yi again and feeling sweet in her heart. She felt the humiliation she'd suffered earlier all turned into mist. Qin Lianyu also reached out her slim hand, and said, do I have any? This woman was so brazen. Ling Han sneered, and said, no. Stingy. Qin Lianyu muttered. Ling Han ignored her, and said, let's go. When the Almighty of Wind Moon Sect are drawn over, we'll be in some serious trouble. Everyone nodded. This was a forest, anyway, with wild beasts running rampant. it could naturally destroy all evidences such as corpse for them. Without Qing Fang's threat hanging over them, they walked back on the main streets. After all, the mountain and forest landscape were complex, and would affect their speed. "Brother Ling, have you got any interest in going to a certain place?" Qin Lianyu approached to strike up a conversation. "No." Ling Han declined directly. "You haven't even listened to me saying what that place is." Qin Lianyu was somewhat aggrieved. For the first time, she doubted her own charisma, being rejected by Ling Han so laconically. "Not interested in any place," Ling Han said. "It's a medicinal valley." Qin Lianyu spoke out. Ling Han was slightly surprised. A medicinal valley? For him who was the alchemy emperor, a medicinal valley was still quite attractive, and in his hands, the effects of medicinal ingredients could be maximized. Now that his tier was higher and higher, the more he needed higher-level medicinal ingredients. He asked, "What level's the medicinal valley?" Chapter 614, Yi Rong. Reverie _ If it were a flower blossom tier or spiritual pedestal tier medicinal valley, Ling Han would have no interest in it, since he would soon cross the flower blossom tier and advance into the spiritual infant tier. I'm also unclear. The valley entrance had a spiritual infant tier beast keeping watch over it, so I didn't dare to go deep. However, at the location of the valley entrance, I also discovered a spirit fruit tree, Qin Lianyu said. It was also because of this medicinal valley that I bumped into Qing Fang. This, Ling Han muttered. By valley entrance, there was already a 7th tier spirit fruit tree, so there might be higher spiritual medicines inside the valley. Even if it were only 7th tier spirit medicines, that was also considerably useful. "Brother Ling, are you moved?" Qin Lianyu said smilingly. "Are you smug?" Ling Han said. "Follow me." Qin Lianyu didn't take the chance to make sarcastic remarks, and led the way instead, talking about how she'd discovered the medicinal valley. Since there was still half a year before the Restore Heaven Academy officially opened, she wasn't in a rush, and wandered about, also seeking some luck for herself. She really was lucky in that when she was tracking a large white rabbit, she came to this medicinal valley, but there roamed a spiritual infant tier beast, which scared her. As she was thinking of finding people to break in together, she unexpectedly encountered Qing Fang and was constantly chased by him, being entangled for over half a month. Thus, they were still somewhat far from the medicinal valley. Qin Lianyu obviously took many roundabout ways at the time, but it wasn't necessary for them. They only needed to walk in a straight line, so it would only a journey of about 5 days. After one day, they arrived in a small town, and stopped to rest for the night. Lady Qin. Lady Qin. The first thing in the morning, when they were about to set out, a young man rushed over. He looked 26 to 27, and was already in the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. His strength was quite extraordinary. He also looked impressive, and wore cyan clothes all over his body, drawing out the contours of his well-built physique. His hair was dark, and his skin sparkling and translucent as if it could emit light, smoother than many women's. "Yi Rong." Qin Lianyu revealed an astounded expression, and said, "Why are you here?" "I heard Lady Qin was entangled by that evil crook, Qing Fang, and immediately rushed over." Not bad, looks like I still came in time." The man in cyan clothing let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, with evident affection in his gaze. Qin Lianyu pretended not to see it, and said, "This is Flying Star Sect Master's cherished disciple, Yi Rong, Brother Yi. Brother Ye's martial arts talent is extremely high, and he's obtained direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy." Yi Rong immediately revealed a lofty look, with his hands behind his back, appearing insufferably arrogant. Being able to obtain a direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy explained that his martial arts talent was certainly extremely kick-ass. Such a genius was obviously proud of his own talent, and regarded many things as beneath him. Being courteous to Qin Lianyu was obviously because he liked this girl, and in front of others, he obviously revealed the loftiness that geniuses usually had. Things of a kind came together, and a genius like him obviously wouldn't stoop down to associating with Ling Han and the others. Ling Han simply smiled, and said, "So it's Brother Yi." Seeing Ling Han greet him, Qin Yi, Zhu Xian Er, and He Lan Yun also called out one after another. Hun Yo, however, completed ignored him. It wasn't worth her time to acknowledge such a self-important guy. Yi Rong took everyone's greetings as something obvious. Being able to obtain a direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy already sufficiently confirmed his talents, and was his reason for arrogance. He completely considered everyone beneath him, and just looked at Qin Lianyu, and said, "Lady Qin, it's better that I escort you to the Restore Heaven Academy." Qin Lianyu was displeased, and said, "Brother Yi, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" "Hee, I'm only worried for you." Yi Rong didn't take it as uncongenial. However, if someone else said this, he would definitely be furious and possibly even kill them directly. How could an exceptional genius be slighted? Qin Lianyu looked at Ling Han with an inquiring gaze. They were going to the Medicinal Valley, and with one more person, the treasured medicines they obtained would obviously be split with one more person. Ling Han smiled faintly, and said, "Since Brother Ye is so sincere, let's go together." Yi Rong couldn't help but glance at Ling Han, and felt that this person knew the cues, knowing that he was pursuing Qin Lianyu, and intentionally assisted him. Yes, it wouldn't hurt to guide him a little in the future. He opened his mouth arrogantly, and said, "You're all going to the Restore Heaven Academy?" After receiving everyone's affirmation, he suppressed a laugh, and said, "I'm a direct entry disciple anyhow, and have certain special rights. In the future, when you guys go to the academy to participate in the exam, I'll say some good things to assist you guys." "Hee, then thank you," Ling Han said, not caring at all. He'd seen many conceited people, and didn't care at all. Zhu Xian Er, Qin Lianyu, and Yun Helan laughed lightly with their mouths covered. If this guy saw Ling Han's battle prowess, he probably wouldn't say assist even if he were beaten to death. How embarrassing. With Yi Rong, the 7 people continued to advance. Yi Rong certainly had powerful backing. Flying Star Sect was a super sect no inferior to the Wind Moon Sect, and was only beneath the Absolute Saber Sect, the Heaven's Sword Sect, and other such ancient sections. Yi Rong was Flying Star Sect Master's 7th disciple, and one of the most exceptional 3, being able to obtain direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy proved so. He was now only 29 years old, but looked 26 or 27. That was because he advanced into the Flower Blossom tier early, and the changes in facial appearance slowed. He was at the peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier with 16 stars battle prowess extremely outstanding. On the way, he was the only one that spoke, bragging about his combat scores, like how he once beheaded some elite or genius, as if nobody could beat him. However, everyone paid no attention to him, which made him unable to continue, appearing extremely awkward. In the night after 4 days, they passed by a village. As it wasn't far from the Medicinal Valley, they wanted to rush there in one go, and didn't think to stop here. However, Ling Han suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" Zhu Xian Er asked. Yi Rong was very dissatisfied. If it weren't for the sake of Qin Lianyu, he wouldn't pull these people along at all. But now, Ling Han actually dared to hold him back? It just became night, so why are there no lights in this village? Ling Han asked. "Maybe they sleep early." Yi Rong said thoughtlessly, appearing extremely discontent. A mere mortal village, even if anything happened, would it even be worth taking it seriously? The typical superior's mentality. Ling Han ignored him and turned to walk towards the village. Yi Rong trembled and angrily dared to ignore him. How hateful. He said, "Ignore him, let's." Before he said the word go, the others already followed Ling Han, making him almost faint from anger. Were all these people bewitched? Chapter 615, Corpse Traces. Reverie _ Ling Han entered the village. It was like a graveyard, deathly silent. No movement could be heard. "It's too quiet," Qin Lianyu said, and kept looking at the places where the moonlight failed to reach, as if a monster would suddenly jump out from the dark and forbidding place. "No breathing, and no heartbeat," Zhu Xian'er said seriously. For experts like them, breathing and heartbeat could still be heard even across several hundred meters and several walls. It wasn't a problem at all. But now, there was none of these sounds, and there wasn't even a tiny bit of the barking of dogs and the clucking of chickens. It was as if this village was already abandoned for countless years, but it could be clearly seen that hanging from some people's houses were corncobs and red peppers, which represented there were still people living in this village not long ago, maybe even the previous day. Strange. Everyone discovered something was amiss. Rong also walked over, and couldn't help but sneer as he said, "It's only a mortal's village, what's there to make a fuss about?" No one paid attention to him. On the contrary, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Ling Han pushed open a door and walked in. The house's furniture was all there, several dishes were even placed on the table, but now, they were obviously cold. Smelling them, they hadn't gone rancid yet. What happened suddenly that led to the entire village's death? Even the livestock was no more. After searching the room, Ling Han came to another room, but it was much more chaotic here, with obvious signs of battle. There was fresh blood on the walls and the floor, making for a ghastly sight. A conflict happened, but the scale wasn't large, should be just a dispute between mortals, Qin Lianyu inferred. But what exactly happened that actually involved the entire village, and even livestock? This was puzzling. Even if two people fought, it would be impossible to involve the entire village, let alone making the chickens and dogs suffer. Ling Han walked into the inner chambers, and suddenly, he halted in his steps. Hong, a black shadow, suddenly scuttled out and pounced on Ling Han. It spread its arms as if to hug him, but its mouth was open wide, revealing ghastly white teeth, directly aiming for Ling Han's throat. "Humph, a mere mortal even dares to assault people?" Rong said in disdain. He flicked his finger on the right hand, and that figure instantly fell down backwards. Traces of blood burst from its forehead. Ling Han was astounded, and with a shake of the right hand, origin power turned into flames, lighting up the surroundings. That certainly was a villager with a bloody hole on its forehead, but the blood didn't splatter everywhere. It was just a bloody hole, oozing out traces of black-colored blood. "What's there to look at?" Rong said, dissatisfied. The medicinal valley was nearby, so why waste time here? "This is a corpse soldier." Ling Han frowned. This person had already died for a long time, so the blood was all congealed. If corpse soldiers weren't tempered, they would be left with the most primitive instincts. Slaughtering and devouring the flesh of living creatures. Evidently, the village's livestock was all eaten by the villagers that turned into corpse soldiers, and most of them should have entered the mountains and forest to continue searching for food. This one remained in ambush in the room, and was just a corpse if it wasn't disturbed, but once it smelled the presence of living creatures, it began to move. The mystery was solved, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The unknown was the most terrifying, and now that they knew what they were going to face, they felt relieved. "Strange, why are there corpse soldiers here? Could it be Thousand Corpse Sect's doing?" Ling Han muttered. Some time ago, the Thousand Corpse Sect was quite high profile, besieging Million Treasures City with the fourth killing formation. If it were for Feng Piyun's appearance, Million Treasures City would most likely have fallen into the hands of the Thousand Corpse Sect. He had a feeling that Thousand Corpse Sect, which acted low-key constantly, would rise entirely and abruptly in this lifetime. This was both the best age and the worst age for it. Nothing more than low-level corpse soldiers. Rong actually recognized corpse soldiers, and didn't just know how to be arrogant. Ling Han searched the entire village. There was a total of 5 corpse soldiers, and what surprised him was that there were 2 that were much stronger than others. They probably devoured other corpse soldiers and obtained an increase in power. At the Fallen Moon Gorge, Ling Han stopped the Thousand Corpse Sect schemes once. They wanted to use medicinal pills to turn everyone in the desolate north into corpse soldiers, which would start devouring each other to foster a corpse king. Could the Thousand Corpse sect act so reckless now even in the middle state? In terms of population, the middle state had enough to foster many corpse kings, but the problem was that would Absolute Saber sect, Heaven's Sword sect, and other such super forces let the Thousand Corpse sect act so recklessly? This world was bound for turmoil. They set out again and passed by several small villages, discovering that everyone there had turned into corpse soldiers. In this situation, not only was Ling Han shocked, even Qin Lianyu and Yi Rong became solemn. What was the Thousand Corpse sect trying to do? They didn't find people of the Thousand Corpse sect, because they were already in the depths of the mountains and forests. They soon arrived at a valley under Qin Lianyu's guidance. Extremely remote, the entrance was blocked by a firmament tree, and if one didn't climb up intentionally, one definitely couldn't possibly discover it. After the entrance, there was a long valley path, very tight and narrow, but after walking over 30 meters, it became broader and broader. Above their heads, layers of protruding rocks concealed them. Even if flying by, one would only think this was a solid mountainous region, so how could one possibly know that there was actually a hole underneath? Rays of light shone down through a mysterious refraction, and although it wasn't very bright, it was enough for people to see things. After walking a while, the mountain valley finally showed itself. As expected, at the valley's entrance was a 7th-tier spirit tree. It was a peach tree that produced lots of glowing red fruits, each one the size of a bowl rim, and the alluring fragrance could be smelled from far away. Everyone's fingers itched, wishing to immediately pluck off a fruit for a taste. Hunyo's saliva almost dripped down onto the ground. However, no one dared to act recklessly, because at the valley entrance was a crimson-red mountain leopard, with a total of 9 fist-sized vein-like patterns on its back. Gray-patterned leopard, a spiritual infant-tier beast, the vein-like patterns on its back represented which layer it was at. 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beasts were usually much stronger than normal 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier martial artists because beasts were thick-skinned, and their claws and fangs were equivalent to rare metals of the same tier, surpassing same-level martial artists in both destructive power and defensive power. Why is it a 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beast? Yi Rong frowned. Although he believed that it was hard to find opponents in the same tier, it was game over when he'd encountered a spiritual infant-tier opponent, let alone this 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beast. Although the spirit fruits were before them, they could only look. Ling Han was overjoyed. If this peach tree could be stored into the Black Tower, then there would be a steady flow of 7th-tier spirit peaches to eat. Chapter 616, Retrieving Peaches. Reverie _ What do we do? With a 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beast here, it's impossible to harvest the spirit peaches. Yi Rong began to worry all on his own. As he saw it, Chu Hao and the others were just impediments, and there were no experts other than him to rely on. Otherwise, why was he the only one that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy among them? This was equivalent to having the word expert printed on his face, and those who didn't receive the qualifications were obviously all dregs. Did experts need the opinions of duffers? No way. He thought for a while, and said, I'll lure away that gray-patterned leopard, and you guys pluck the spirit peaches. Pluck as many as possible, and in a while, we'll converge at that small village 35 kilometers out. Ling Han was indifferent to it. With a smile, he said, then thanks for the trouble, Brother Yi. Yi Rong looked as if it was only natural, and felt somewhat out of sorts. These people would be able to receive a share of the spirit peaches without expending any effort. If it weren't for the sake of Qin Lianyu, he truly wanted to chase the other people away. Everyone rose up and hid between the cliffs and precipices, while Yi Rong charged out and picked up a stone, enveloping it with origin power. As his martial intent surged, the stone seemed to turn into a spirit tool, emitting an astounding brilliance. He shouted loudly and flung out the rock, and shio, a ray of light flew towards the gray-patterned leopard. With a paw, the rock smashed against the gray-patterned leopard's head. If this were a martial artist that was also at the spiritual infant tier, their head would definitely explode if their origin power wasn't activated. The gray-patterned leopard, however, was a beast that was born thick-skinned, and while attacks by same-tier martial artists and beasts were something it didn't dare to take head-on, a flower blossom-tier opponent's attacks smashing its body were nothing to it. It shook its head slightly, then propped itself up on all fours limbs, peering left and right, as if to search for the amateur that assaulted it. Rong flung another rock. This time, the gray-patterned leopard didn't take it on as roughly, and waved its claws to shatter the flying rock. Fury in its eyes, it suddenly exerted power with its four limbs, dashing towards Rong at a shockingly fast speed. Rong hurriedly took to his heels. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't dare fight against a peak-stage spiritual infant-tier beast. He ran a few steps and turned to look, then was almost frightened out of his wits. The gray-patterned leopard's speed was too fast, far surpassing what was normal at the spiritual infant tier, and it rapidly closed the gap between him. Damn it, he cursed, and hurriedly took out a spirit talisman from a spatial ring with a pained look, yet unhesitatingly stuck it on his body. Instantly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his speed skyrocketed. This was a divine travel talisman bestowed to him by his master. He had a total of 3 that could be used to save his life, but now he used one for a few spirit peaches, truly a great loss. Even if 10 spirit peaches were harvested and all given to him, he would still have suffered a great loss. Could it be compared to a life-saving treasure? As matters stood, he could only take to his heels. Ling Han and the others laughed as they watched. If this guy hadn't talked and acted on his own, with Ling Han and Hu Niu present, why would have there been a need to go through such great troubles? To say the least, even if Ling Han couldn't beat that gray-patterned leopard, it would definitely be safer and more efficient for Hu Niu to draw it away. Hu Niu drooled as she said, "What a pity, Niu wanted to eat roasted leopard legs." Well, Rong not only didn't succeed in doing a favor, but also made Hu Niu bear a grudge against him. Qin Lianyu wanted to charge out, but Ling Han grabbed her by the wrist, not letting her do as she pleased. "What are you doing? Are you trying to harass this lady?" Ling Han rolled his eyes as he said, "What are you trying to do?" "Of course, plucking the peaches." Qin Lianyu looked at him like at an idiot, feeling that her idol was extremely strong, but his brain didn't seem to be function that well. Couldn't he tell such a simple thing? "Don't pluck." Ling Han shook his head and began to dig it up by the roots. Qin Lianyu gasped in astonishment. This guy was truly Blackheart, not only wanting to eat the peaches, but also digging the tree up by the roots. She immediately said, "This spirit tree can only grow in certain places. Even if you dig it up, it can't survive elsewhere." "Who said so?" Ling Han laughed mischievously, and dug even faster. If he weren't afraid of harming this spirit tree, he'd shovel it up in one go. His divine sense was limited, and wouldn't be able to envelop the entire peach tree, so if he dug too deep, then it wouldn't be able to be stored in the Black Tower. "Never seen anyone lick you." Qin Lianyu stared in astonishment. This guy was truly a robber. "Of course not, I'm the one and only." Ling Han laughed loudly. Niu's Ling Han is the one and only. Hu Niu also felt self-satisfied. One adult and one child, both were puffed up. Qin Lianyu ridiculed them inwardly, but she had to admit that these two were both freaks at an abnormal level, far surpassing the level of geniuses. In the middle state, only a few rumored freaks could compare. For example, Heaven's Sword Sex Yao Huiyu, Absolute Saber Sex Small Saber King, Cloud Phoenix Sex Dong Ling Air, and Azure Thunder Sex Yatian. Ling Han soon dug up the entire peach tree, and with a flash, he stored it into the Black Tower. "Ah!" Qin Lianyu was startled. "How big is your spatial ring for it to store such a large spirit tree?" The fruit tree was more than 300 meters tall, and the root system spread out was also that long. There were pitifully few spatial spirit tools in the world that could contain such dimensions. Zhu Xian Air and Kenyi smiled faintly. If this girl entered the Black Tower and saw the vast space inside, she'd probably cry out for her mother. "Let's enter the valley and have a look." Since this was a medicinal valley, there was definitely more spirit medicine inside. Ling Han wanted to enrich the amount of spirit medicine inside the Black Tower. Be careful. I once surveyed it at an elevated height before. Although it's not lacking spirit medicine inside, there are even more high-level beasts. Qin Lianyu warned. Ling Han nodded. However, he was also puzzled, and said, the stronger the beast, the more it likes to live alone, so why'd it run into the mountain valley? This mountain valley wasn't that large, and might not be enough for the gray-patterned leopard's territory alone, not to mention that there were other beasts inside. Hong, long, long, they hadn't moved yet when heard a loud bang as if 10,000 beasts galloping from within the valley, and the ground trembled fiercely. Everyone looked towards the valley, and saw a plume dust as a bunch of beasts charged out. *T, we haven't even entered, so why are they charging out? These beasts varied in type. There were fierce tigers with wings, great snakes with 4 legs, and azure vultures without feathers but with scales, but each one was extremely powerful. The deity transformation tier. In front of these beasts was actually a large white rabbit the height of half a man, holding a purple carrot in its mouth. A rabbit on the run ran the fastest. Ho! Ong! Ao! All the beasts roared loudly, looking at the large white rabbit with eyes filled with fury. These beasts are chasing that rabbit. We're caught in the crossfire. Run! Chapter 617, Uncle Rabbit. Reverie _ Ling Han and the others all cried out in dismay. They were innocent, and were brought a disaster by a large white rabbit. Go, go, go. They hurriedly broke into a run. This wasn't something they could resist, any beast there could take care of them and give them great trouble. They couldn't care about exposing their tracks, and they flew in the sky as fast as they could. Oh my, that damned rabbit actually followed us. Ling Han turned to look, and saw that when the large white rabbit saw them, it actually ran behind them. This damned rabbit's speed was truly fast. A push of its feet was over 30 meters, and it rapidly closed the gap between them. This damned rabbit. Everyone gritted their teeth. It not only implicated them, but actually continued to bring disaster to them. What grievances did it have with them? This rabbit seems to be the one that drew me into the mountain valley, Qin Lianyu suddenly said. This rabbit's a habitual thief. It really screwed us over. But, we certainly stole the things, so it's not unjust treatment. Ling Han grabbed everyone with origin power and carried out the fairy daemon step, suddenly speeding up. Giddy up, giddy up. Hunyo was mischievous, and rode on Ling Han's shoulders, shouting excitedly. In her dictionary, there was never the word fear. Poo, piu, piu, that large white rabbit also pushed off into the air and rose into the sky. Pushing off its feet, the speed it tread on air was also surprisingly fast, not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Han using the demon fairy step and activating the Thunderclap 9th heaven. It was no wonder, without such a fast speed, how would it dare enter the Medicinal Valley and steal under the eyes of so many deity transformation tier beasts? Qin Lianyu couldn't help but shout, "Damn rabbit, you've got yourself into big trouble." Back then, it was the rabbit that drew her here to discover this Medicinal Valley, but now, it was also because of this damned rabbit that they were being hunted down by deity transformation tier beasts. Rabbit, so fat. Hunyo turned her head, and instantly drooled. Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. Pa, you want to eat Uncle Rabbit's meat? You're still 100 millennia and 8,000 years too young. This large white rabbit grabbed the carrot that it was holding in its mouth with its small claws so that it could speak to Ma Kunyo. Pooh! Everyone instantly stuck their tongues out simultaneously. This damned rabbit actually knew how to talk. After beasts advanced into the flower blossom tier, their intelligence developed, and they possessed intelligence no inferior to humans. However, speaking like humans, that was too dreamlike. What? seeing Uncle Rabbit talk, "You guys all got scared?" "Ha, Uncle Rabbit's formidable as expected." The large white rabbit was self-satisfied, and very much like a ruffian. "Damned rabbit, you did it on purpose, right?" Ling Han said. "Not running elsewhere, but drawing pursuers over to us. Hee hee, everyone running together is livelier." The large white rabbit didn't deny at all. Qin Lianyu was even more furious, crying out, "Damn rabbit, just you wait." If she weren't grabbed by Ling Han's large hand made of origin power, she'd definitely go fight this lowly rabbit. Rabbit meat seems really delicious. Hunyo's eyes lit up, staring at the large white rabbit. "Come, Uncle Rabbit's here, bring it on. Whoever's scared, whoever is the B*TCH. The large white rabbit was very rascally, and wiggled his tiny tail, appearing base to the bone. "Nyo's rabbit meat." Hunyo was excited, and suddenly charged over. Her speed was extremely fast, and in a flash, she rode on the back of the large white rabbit. This large white rabbit was the height of half a man, while Hunyo was also the height of half a man, one person and one rabbit same in body size. One was white all over, with two eyes like rubies, while the other was white jade and delicately sculpted, extremely cute. From appearances alone, they were awfully cute, but in reality. Hunyo opened her mouth, biting down on the large white rabbit's tail. It was so painful that this lowly rabbit instantly trembled all over, its figure unimaginably sped up by one fold, rocketing out and swiftly surpassing Ling Han. "Ah," it screamed. "You born in the year of the dog or something? It hurt like hell for your Uncle Rabbit." Hunyo was also depressed. Her teeth could be said to be successful in every endeavor, but she actually didn't manage to bite off this lowly rabbit's tail, truly inconceivable. Her viciousness was unleashed, and she bit on the rabbit's tail without letting go, shaking her head constantly and trying to forcibly pull it off. The large white rabbit screamed constantly and ran even faster. Ling Han also sped up in a rush, but could only stare blankly as one person and one rabbit disappeared before him. After all, he hadn't cultivated the Thunderclap ninth heaven to great mastery, and also brought a group of people. Fortunately, the pursuing beasts were falling more and more behind them, soon disappearing in the distance. Ling Han traveled forward a while longer, and saw that the large white rabbit had already stopped running, doing its best to shake off Hunyo. However, Hunyo just bit on the tail. No matter how this lowly rabbit shook, she just wouldn't let go. "Let go. Let go." The large white rabbit jumped in a rush. Uncle Rabbit's tail is short to begin with, so if it's bitten off, how would Uncle Rabbit have the face to see others in the future? Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Base rabbit, hand over the dragon blood tyrant ginseng, and I'll give you a hand." The large white rabbit was startled, and stopped its movements, looking towards Ling Han, and said, "You actually recognize this spurt ginseng?" "Ah." It immediately screamed again as Hunyo began to grind her teeth. Human, hurry up and make this little girl loosen her bite, your Uncle Rabbit's about to die." The large white rabbit continued to scream. "The ginseng." Ling Han reached out his hand. The large white rabbit revealed a pained look. He spent tremendous effort to steal this from the Medicinal Valley, and had only licked it a few times, but now it was being told to hand it over? However, its tail was in so much pain from being bitten, and this strange little girl gave it an indescribable feeling of deterrence, making it not dare to unleash an ultimate attack, as otherwise, there'd be an unimaginable calamity. It could only cup its two small front claws, throwing the ginseng at Ling Han. Ling Han received it and examined it momentarily, seeing that the ginseng's roots were still present and its life force still very sufficient. He laughed loudly and stored the ginseng into the Black Tower. Now that was good. 1 year later, they'd be able to eat large amounts of treasured ginseng. This was dragon blood tyrant ginseng according to the legends. It was 1,000-year-old ginseng soaked in a dragon's blood, becoming a deviant treasured medicine. Dragon blood was extremely overbearing. For this ginseng not to die soaking in dragon blood and absorb its essence, the medicinal effects were obviously extremely amazing. However, this definitely wasn't the first-generation dragon blood tyrant ginseng, so its effects were obviously somewhat worse, but it was still a gem amongst 9th-tier treasured medicine. Even heaven-tier elites would be moved. Plant it, and in 1 year, it could be reaped like carrots. Hunyo, let go. This lowly rabbit hasn't been cooked thoroughly, it's not delicious. Ling Han said with a smile. Hunyo finally relaxed her bite, then thought shortly, and said, this rabbit's delicious, even uncooked, it's delicious. She targeted the large white rabbit again, drooling once again. Chapter 618, Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. Reverie _ The fur all over the large white rabbit's body bristled in fright, and its 2 hind legs began to quiver, wanting to hop away. However, it was unwilling to after some consideration. The dragon blood tyrant ginseng was seized by this human youngster in front of it. It went through great efforts, going through countless checkpoints, before scooping out this ginseng. Human, why don't everyone eat ginseng soup? Uncle Rabbit will go catch an azure pheasant, making a black-bone chicken. Ginseng soul will definitely be tonic. This rabbit immediately emulated Hunyo, drooling all over the ground. Make rabbit meat ginseng soup. Hunyo immediately raised her hand. Fuck your uncle. The large white rabbit almost kicked Hunyo, but trembled in fear, not daring to act recklessly in the end. Ling Han shook his head, and said, that ginseng can't be eaten temporarily, we still need to wait 1 more year. I promise you, you give me 1 stalk now, and 1 year later, I'll return 2 stalks to you. How about it? The large white rabbit involuntarily opened its bright red eyes, and said, human boy, you're talking too big. You think Uncle Rabbit was amused growing up, believing in such lies? The spirit medicine that Uncle Rabbit's eaten are more than the rice you've eaten. Ruffian rabbit. Ling Han pointed the middle finger at it. Anyway, that's all I have to say whether you believe it or not. He had the treasured ginseng, didn't he? Believe it, Uncle Rabbit obviously believes it. The large white rabbit hurriedly nodded. Ah, it suddenly screamed again. This girl's biting Uncle Rabbit again. Hunyo. Ling Han said. Hunyo finally unwillingly let go of the large white rabbit's leg, and said, this rabbit's delicious, Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. She bawled and behaved like a spoiled child. Hunyo, cut it out. Ling Han picked up Hunyo, and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Although Hunyo loved to eat, she'd never been so ravenous. He took out a piece of dried meat and handed it to Hunyo, letting her eat it first. Hunyo gnawed on it unhappily, her eyes still staring at the large white rabbit, making the rabbit tuck its tail between its legs. However, its tail was really too short, and clutching it was very difficult. Since the pursuing beasts have retreated, let's eat something first to recover from the fright, Ling Han said. He took out a pot, then put in the ingredients inside the black tower. He specially pulled out a few 1,000-year-old ginsengs. However, even inside the black tower, ginseng could only grow to 1,000 years old, and could not progress further, because their seeds were of the ordinary kind, and 1,000 years was the limit. Thus, Ling Han didn't mind taking it out to share with everyone, or else it would just rot in the mud. 1,000-year purple ginseng. 1,000-year jade ginseng. 1,000-year yellow ginseng. Qin Lianyu looked at them one by one, her eyes showing surprise. Regarding these ginseng kinds, they were just 4th tier and 5th tier spirit medicine, but their age was very impressive. 1,000 years of age was enough to raise their social status by another tier. The key was that Ling Han now took it out to boil soup. How extravagant was this? She'd seen tycoons, but to this degree, there was definitely no second one, even shattering void tiers couldn't do it. After all, there were only so many 1,000-year-old spirit ginsengs. There was an upper limit. However, Zhu Xian'er and Qin Yi were without a shred of surprise, as if it were a common occurrence. Could they possibly eat such extravagant meals often? The large white rabbit was also surprised. It had stolen a lot of spirit medicine, but the offerings were all 1,000-year-old treasured medicine, even it felt its heart palpitate. Ah! But it immediately screamed again. It turned out Hu Niu couldn't help but bite it again. Ling Han boiled the food, and asked out of curiosity, "Ruffian rabbit, you're a spiritual infant-tier expert, so how come you're such a pushover?" This made him think of Hellion Sun Shui. He had no clue where this sea girl ran off to, and after a while, he actually missed her a bit. Uncle Rabbit won't bother arguing with a kid. The large white rabbit said proudly, but seeing Hu Niu bare her baleful white teeth again, it hurriedly jumped behind Ling Han in fright. "Rabbit, play with Niu. Let's play eagle and chicken. Niu's the eagle, and if you're caught by Niu, Niu will eat you." She shifted her body, and like a lightning flash, she tried to grab the large white rabbit. "Fuck, still trying to eat Uncle Rabbit. Your freaking uncle." The large white rabbit took to its heels. One person and one rabbit circled around the open fire. One was fast, and the other wasn't slow, either. Neither succeeded at catching/shaking off the other, coming to a draw. Ling Han took things leisurely, boiling the soup undistractedly. "You're not going to intervene?" Qin Lian, you couldn't help but speak up. "I don't need to, she'll stop to eat on her own when she's messed around enough," Ling Han said indifferently. This, how irresponsible. No wonder Hu Niu was taught to be so fierce. As expected, when the iron pot emitted an alluring fragrant smell, Hu Niu immediately stopped and sat up properly, but she couldn't help looking on with eager eyes, and began to drool. "Give Uncle Rabbit the eagle's butt." The large white rabbit also sat down, but far away from Hu Niu. "Rabbits eat meat?" Ling Han asked with a laugh. "These lowly eagles have eaten countless of Uncle Rabbit's ancestors and descendants. Uncle Rabbit's getting revenge," the large white rabbit said righteously. "Bullcrap, clearly just ravening for it." Ling Han scooped out the eagle's butt, and picked out a ginseng, then fetched some soup, handing it over to the large white rabbit. This eagle was the one killed not long ago, at the flower blossom tier level, and was greatly tonic for them. Unfortunately, it wasn't a king amongst beasts. Everyone received their portion of ginseng soup one by one, and began eating one after another. The eagle meat was juicy, and the essence within the treasured ginseng was also all squeezed into the broth. It was both delicious and tonic. Everyone glowed all over as they ate, with flashes of vein-like patterns rising. When Ling Han was cooking, he fused in the techniques of pill refinement, and extracted all the essence within the treasured ginseng, interweaving it with heaven and earth, so it was obviously awfully tonic. After drinking the soup, Ling Han also took out a spirit peach, one for each person they wouldn't be able to digest anymore. Everyone sat in meditation to refine the benefits they ingested. After a while, the essence would naturally run off. Ling Han, Hu Niu, and the large white rabbit ate the most. Ling Han and Hu Niu had enormous appetites to start with. As for the large white rabbit, first, it was high in tier, and second, it was also somewhat of a freak, eating no less than Ling Han and Hu Niu. It drank bowl after bowl, not knowing how to hold back at all. After a long while, everyone finished and stood up one after another. They all revealed a satisfied look after benefiting a great deal. But Rong should have waited for a long while now. This is somewhat rude. He shouldn't mind. Hee. Everyone had no positive feelings for Rong, and obviously wouldn't mind what he thought. Let's go. They obviously didn't dare to go to the Medicinal Valley again. Inside were a nobility of deity transformation tier beasts. The waters were deep, and charging in recklessly would end terribly. They made their way to the appointed location. Although they didn't like Rong, they'd already agreed, and weren't ones to go back on their word. Ling Han began to ask the ruffian rabbit about the background of the Medicinal Valley. Chapter 619, Origins of the Medicinal Valley. Reverie _ What's the Mountain Valley's background? Why are there so many deity transformation tier beasts? Ling Han was curious. One deity transformation tier beast could rule a mountain region alone, so many of them living together was completely unreasonable. The large white rabbit said, "That's obvious. There's a heavens tier eagle king, purple jade azure eaglia relic species, a king amongst kings reigning over all beasts there." Ling Han sighed. Placed in the previous life, this eagle king was definitely an invincible existence, not as simple as just being a king amongst beasts, but a king amongst kings, on par with Sword Emperor and Heavenly Divine Phoenix Maiden. In this life, such a beast king had the chance to progress one more step, advancing into the Shattering Void tier. If it really crossed this step, then it would truly be the world's most powerful being, almost without an equal. "You're rather daring, breaking into such a place," Ling Han said with a laugh. "Rabbits and eagles are incompatible. Uncle Rabbits obviously has to stifle that wretch and steal all its spirit medicine. I definitely can't let it advance into Shattering Void tier," the large white rabbit vociferated. Ling Han laughed loudly, and said, "Unfortunately, a heaven tier king amongst beasts can teach you how to behave with a single claw. Brat, do you know how to have a chat? Can't you say anything pleasant to hear?" the large white rabbit said grouchily. "Ah. Biting your Uncle Rabbit again." Hu Niu snorted, and said, "Don't be rude to Niu's Ling Han, or else Niu will eat you. Let go. Let go." The large white rabbit only knew to scream. As they were speaking, they arrived at the promised rendezvous point. The small village was in sight, but the villagers had all become corpse soldiers, which were already killed by Ling Han and the others earlier. "Why have you guys only come now?" Yi Rong said, displeased, to everyone as he appeared. Did they know how long he waited? He was a genius that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy, and his time was extremely precious, yet they made him wait half a day. "We encountered some things," Qin Lianyu said, and spoke about encountering the beast tide outbreak. "What?" Yi Rong was terrified. "No wonder I saw mountains collapsing, so it was actually an eruption of a beast tide, and they were all deity transformation tier?" "Lady Qin, thank heavens you're all right." His eyes looked keenly at Qin Lianyu, so invasive that it was truly somewhat unbearable. Ling Han gave an "oh," and took out a spirit peach. She threw it over, and said, "Your share." Yi Rong caught it instinctively, momentarily startled, and said, "You guys actually still harvested the spirit peaches?" Truly unimaginable, being able to harvest the spirit peaches under the erupting beast tide. However, he expended a divine travel talisman, and exchanged it for one spirit peach. Even if it were a 7th tier spirit fruit, it was still truly a great loss. They unfortunately encountered a beast tide, so getting one spirit peach was still better than getting none. Yi Rong gloomily put away the spirit peach. This was a 7th tier spirit fruit anyhow, and obviously shouldn't be eaten randomly. It was best to save it for a cultivation bottleneck after taking the spirit fruit, insights of heaven and earth interweaved, which could lead to a breakthrough. Everyone watched and shook their heads. They all ate their spirit fruits casually. Not all people had the same fate. Why's there a rabbit?" Yi Rong stared at the large white rabbit. A rabbit that could grow to such a size was undoubtedly a beast. Earlier, Qin Lianyu only said there was a beast tide eruption, but didn't mention that the beast tide was actually set off by this ruffian rabbit stealing dragon blood tyrant ginseng. With Yi Rong's discernment, he obviously couldn't see through a spiritual infant tier beast rabbit. The ruffian rabbit revealed its true colors and yelled at Yi Rong, "What are you looking at, Uncle Rabbit'll kick your bloody face." The corner of Yi Rong's mouth twitched. A beast actually knew how to talk. This was extremely inconceivable, but even more was that this rabbit's mouth was so dirty, being able to piss people off in a matter of minutes. This beast rabbit actually knows how to talk. He suppressed his fury within and raised his head to look at Qin Lianyu for confirmation. This was hard to believe, since there certainly were beasts with intelligence no inferior to that of humans, but being able to speak was unheard of, let alone being so rascally. "In the boundless world, nothing is too strange," Qin Lianyu said thusly. Let's go, to the Restore Heaven Academy, Ling Han said. Everyone set out again. The ruffian rabbit was set on Ling Han. This human casually took out 1,000-year-old ginsengs as side dishes. His possessions should be extremely abundant, making it covet Ling Han for food. However, it would always suffer Hunyo's sneak attacks, and being bitten countless times, screaming became its daily routine. The strange thing was that no matter the thousands of times Hunyo tormented it, it would only run and never thought to counterattack, making Ling Han click his tongue in surprise. What a truly strange thing. After entering Flying Blossom County, travel-worn youngsters could be seen from time to time, and the majority hadn't reached 50 years old. Of course, 50 years old flower blossom tier and spiritual infant tier experts could also rank amongst the young. However, those surpassing 100 obviously wouldn't contend with the youngsters, as it'd make them lose face. Isn't this Yi Rong, brother Yi? Just as Ling Han and the others exited a small town, starting to hurry on the road, a group of people walked out at an slanted angle. Someone recognized Yi Rong and immediately cried out with a pleasantly surprised look. You are? Yi Rong slightly hesitated. He didn't recognize the other person. I am Ho Ji, the other person hurriedly introduced himself. A disciple of 5 Elements Valley. I once saw Brother Yi on the Chain 12 arenas. At the time, Brother Yi boldly won 12 consecutive victories and became one of the few victors since the start of the Chain 12 arenas, truly making me admire you. Yi Rong gave an "oh" and revealed a look of sudden realization. In reality, he only remembered the Chain 12 arenas, and couldn't possibly remember the figures below the stage. However, he became famous through the fight at the Chain 12 arenas, and having it brought up by the other person, he naturally felt self-satisfied and revealed a complacent look, instantly having a favorable impression towards this person. Come, I'll introduce everyone. This one is Yi Rong, Brother Yi Flying Star Sect's highly praised disciple that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy. Ho Ji introduced to his friends. Everyone instantly cried out. The Flying Star Sect and 12 arenas were all abstract to them, but the words, direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy, could represent everything. A boss one. A genius. Instantly, those people all circled around him. They couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration, greatly satisfying Yi Rong's vanity. He was in no rush to leave now. Qin Lianyu couldn't help but cough, and said, Can we get on our way? In front of young Master Yi, there's no place for you to speak. A person immediately reprimanded Qin Lianyu in a rush to bootlick Yi Rong. Yi Rong instantly revealed a displeased look, and said, This one is Dark Glory Valley's Qin Lianyu, Lady Qin, who is my good friend. Hurry up and apologize to Lady Qin. Once that person heard, that person naturally knew that Yi Rong had interest in Qin Lianyu, and hurriedly bowed and said, I didn't know it was Lady Qin. I hope Lady Qin will forgive me. Qin Lianyu sneered, and said, Yi Rong, why don't you go with them? We sure can't claim connections with a big shot like you. She'd had enough after hearing him brag along the way. Chapter 620, A Word of Warning. Reverie _ Lady Qin, why would you say that? I like you with all of my heart, do you still not know? Yi Rong hurriedly explained. Goodbye. Qin Lianyu waved her hand and marched off. Yi Rong wanted to chase her, but a group of admirers was before him, and he'd just been ridiculed. Finding it difficult to urge her to stay, he could only wear a gloomy face. Young Master Yi, there are plenty of fish in the sea. With your identity, you can have any beauty you want, someone said. That's right, that woman's blind for not seeing young Master Yi's goodness. Maybe young Master Yi is too accommodating, making her feel self-conceited, thinking that young Master Yi must indulge her. Young Master Yi, as an experienced man, I can assure you that facing such a woman, young Master Yi only needs to treat her indifferently and intentionally pay no attention to her. After a few times, she'll lower her stance and come to you on her own accord. Correct, women shouldn't be pampered. Once pampered, they'll be on a pedestal. Hearing everyone's opinions, Yi Rong's expression was somewhat better. Anyway, in less than half a year was the Restore Heaven Academy's inauguration, and he could still see Qin Lianyu then, so there was no rush to chase her. Hearing everyone's fulsome praises, he finally felt as if he'd returned to the Flying Star sect, being revolved around like the moon with a myriad of stars around it. It was different than before, when he was with Ling Han and the others. They treated him like air. Damn it, they must have led Qin Lianyu astray. Where do we go first? Qin Lianyu asked. Not we. I am me, and you are you. Ling Han raised his fingers and said, having arrived at Flying Blossom County, we should part ways. Qin Lianyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. How much did this guy dislike her? Why was he always thinking of chasing her off? She was someone with self-respect, and obviously wouldn't hang on to him shamelessly. She thought that this guy would definitely be able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy, and she'd settle things with him then. After Qin Lianyu left, Ling Han had Qin Yi leave with Lan Yun. Qin Yi was a young prospect with amazing saber talents, and following by his side, he wouldn't be able to find his own path. Once the three people left, it was just the small party of Ling Han, Hu Niu, and Zhu Xian. Of course, there was still a ruffian rabbit. Where are you guys bringing Uncle Rabbit? The large white rabbit asked. Ling Han rolled his eyes, and said, no one forced you to follow us, right? Pa, you cheated Uncle Rabbit out of his treasured ginseng, and want to profit all alone? The large white rabbit jumped up and was about to grab Ling Han, but Hu Niu bit it on the thigh, making it scream in pain again. Didn't I tell you? Come back 1 year later, I'll give you back too. Ling Han said with a smile. That dragon blood tyrant ginseng would soon produce seeds, at most a few more months, and it would be able to spread its new seeds. Then, after a year, the treasured ginseng he'd obtain would be in the hundreds. Uncle doesn't believe it. The large white rabbit screamed in pain, walking forward while dragging Hu Niu, who was biting its thigh. That was really arduous. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders, and said, do as you wish, follow us if you want. Anyhow, you're a spiritual infant-tier beast, and I can't chase you off, right? So long as you know your uncle's tremendousness. The large white rabbit crossed its arms. Sadly, with Hu Niu hanging on its thigh, she heavily damaged its formidable image. Ling Han referenced the map and first went to Silent Might Mountain, which could very well be the mountain range containing Boundless Mountain. Since it couldn't be confirmed, they could only search inch by inch. This was no different from fishing out a needle from the sea, because it had already been close to 10 millennia, and maybe Clear Harmony Palace Hall already collapsed, or it could have been buried by falling rocks during battles between martial artists. They searched carefully but got nowhere. The rabbit couldn't help but ask, boy, what are you guys searching for? A palace that existed 10 millennia ago, Ling Han said. Then why hasn't it been found? The rabbit asked. Because we can't be sure if it's this mountain. Dang. The rabbit almost fainted. Boy, does your head have a problem? You're not sure which mountain it is, yet you've already begun searching. If you can find it this way, then Uncle Rabbit will follow your surname. Ling Han gave it a condescending look. Do you have a surname? Who said I didn't? The rabbit, pleased with itself, said, Uncle's surname is Zong. My ancestor is Zong Qing Yi, who inspired awe throughout the world, sweeping through the world with one sword strike in former years, and later broke through the void and ascended into the god realm. Never heard before. Ling Han shook his head. Of course, you've never heard before. Uncle's ancestor is a figure from several hundred years ago. Does this have to do with why you're able to talk? Boy, you're rather smart. The rabbit didn't deny it. After a beast like me reaches the god tier, I'll transform into human and be able to speak. However, Uncle's ancestor was truly too powerful, and after blood inheritance, though Uncle can't transform, speaking isn't difficult at all. This is the nobility of bloodline. Hu Niu's saliva flowed in streams as she said, Ling Han, this is a divine beast's relic species, it's definitely tonic. Let's slaughter and eat it. Eat your freaking uncle. The rabbit stamped its feet in a rush. Little girl, Uncle Rabbit's begging you, stop thinking about Uncle Rabbit's flesh. There really isn't much to fill the gaps between your teeth. It had seen Hunyo's big appetite. Hunyo cracked a smile, and said, just eat one leg, all right? You have 4 legs anyway. To hell with that. The rabbit was almost driven mad. How could there be such a little girl? Was this forcing it to die? Ling Han laughed loudly, and muttered, if there was an ancient map, I wouldn't need to fish out a needle from the sea. Chia, why didn't you say earlier? Uncle Rabbit knows where to get an ancient map, let alone from 10 millennia ago, even 100 millennia ago wouldn't be a problem, the rabbit suddenly said. Oh, where? Ling Han asked. The rabbit counted with its claws, and said, Heaven's Sword Sect, Absolute Saber Sect, Cloud Phoenix Sect. Of course. These sects had stood for at least several millennia, and obviously had maps of different periods, and they'd make it much faster compared to him searching blindly. The key was that even if he narrowed the range, to completely search over it once would take several years. Not to mention that Clear Harmony Palace Hall could be buried underneath the ground, or within a mountain, making it more difficult to find. After entering the Restore Heaven Academy, I wonder if there's a chance to access them. Yes, wouldn't hurt to find a reason, saying that an ancient treasure map was obtained, but because the geographical features and names changed, the treasure trove's location couldn't be found, and an ancient map was needed for reference. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to go to the Restore Heaven Academy first to get acquainted with a few disciples of the ancient sections. Then, luring them with games, he wouldn't have to worry about them not trying to go back to their sects to retrieve an ancient map. Ancient maps shouldn't be too precious. Once the idea was set, the 3 people and 1 rabbit set out towards the Restore Heaven Academy again. After 10 days, they finally arrived at 9 Dragons Mountain. Now, this area became a holy land of martial arts. The geniuses of the 4 regions and 1 state all came upon the news, and although it was still early, quite a few of Middle State's geniuses already came and gathered at the base of the mountain, sparring and improving their techniques whilst waiting for the academy to open. For martial artists, battle was a daily routine. Just as Ling Han and the others arrived, they saw 2 people fighting in the sky. Ling Han was astounded, because one of them was actually Rain Emperor. Chapter 621, Mu Rong Qing. Reverie _ Rain Emperor was still as domineering as before, his fists had closely interwoven vein-like patterns, and as he punched out, fist ray intertwined, just like a crimson fury dragon. He was truly an extraordinary talent, breaking away from the confines of the title of emperor. After walking out of the desolate north, his improvement was shocking. Earlier in the dark demon forest, he had crossed into flower blossom tier not long ago, but now, he'd shockingly crossed into spiritual infant tier. After reaching the spiritual infant tier, Rain Emperor looked younger by a few years again. Before, he was a middle-aged man in the 40s, but now he only looked to be in the 30s. Spiritual infant tier experts possessed a lifespan that reached 500 years. Rain Emperor was in his 60s, and by conversion, it was only equivalent to a 100-year-old person back in their teens, naturally looking young. However, the increase in lifespan couldn't be seen, facial features and the body's regression were much slower, and would only occur during breaking through by a large tier. Ling Han nodded inwardly. Rain Emperor probably also received some amazing and favorable circumstances. Talent alone was insufficient for such progression. Rain Emperor cultivated rays, and his battle power was obviously terrifying. Who was it that was able to fight against him? Ling Han looked at Rain Emperor's opponent. It was a youngster that looked to be in his 20s, also barehanded, with shocking brilliance enveloping his fists, fiercely exchanging blows with Rain Emperor. Pung! 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 The 2 battled fiercely in the sky, and each shock wave would make many people flee. Even more people cooperated to form defenses, unwilling to retreat to a further place, and watched the battle at a close distance. That's not a ray. Ling Han saw clearly that the youngster, who was exchanging blows with Rain Emperor, also had brilliance enveloped around his fists, yet it wasn't ray but many flashes of qi interwoven together. Pseudo-ray. It seemed like Xianyuan Ziguang wasn't the only one that cultivated pseudo-rays, and there were some more geniuses similar to him. Counting, the amount of qi actually reached the 20s, but exactly how many was unclear to him because the qi was tangled too closely and enveloped by that person's martial intent. It was impossible to see for outsiders. However, even with such an amount of qi, a pseudo-ray was a pseudo-ray after all, and couldn't truly rival an actual ray. Rain Emperor only condensed 10 flashes of qi into a ray, yet possessed an overwhelming advantage. However, the martial arts skills that the opponent grasped were extremely amazing, forcibly remedying the gap between qi and ray. Who's that youngster? Ling Han inquired a person on the sides. You don't even know him? That person revealed an astounded look. Ling Han laughed and said, should I know? You must have just come, that person said with certainty. Right on point. Impressive. Ling Han laughed loudly. If you came here earlier, you absolutely wouldn't not know that gaudy person. That person pouted his mouth, indicating towards the sky. North Region's Rong Qing, who's been challenging geniuses of all paths in this half-month but hasn't met a single defeat to this day. The geniuses that qualified for direct entry aren't even here, or else, with small Saber King, Yao Huiyu, and Dong Ling Heir, wouldn't any of them could take care of him easily, someone on the side interjected. However, this Rong Qing is certainly formidable. I'm definitely no rival for him, the first person conceded with a sigh. The expression of person that interjected changed irregularly. He obviously wasn't Rong Qing's rival either, but didn't want to admit it publicly. He simply snorted and said, cultivating a few more years than me, he's bound to be higher, or else I'd suppress him with the turn of my palm. Ling Han swept a glance at him. This person was at the flower blossom tier and looked roughly a little over 30, looking about this age judging by qi and blood as well. However, Rong Qing was much younger, at most 30. Who'd cultivated a few more years again? That would be him, and not Rong Qing. He was truly too envious. Rong Qing's met a rival this time, the first person said with a laugh. Ling Han looked at Rain Emperor, and said, then who's Rong Qing's opponent? A very low-key guy. Before he attacked, no one expected him to be so fierce, and didn't even know that he was actually a spiritual infant tier elite, the first person cried out. It seems like no one even recognizes him. Ling Han cracked a smile, and said, I know him, he's known as Fist Emperor. Fist Emperor. Many people on the side heard, revealing startled expressions. How could the word emperor be used rashly? Monarch and emperor represented the extreme of martial arts. If one wasn't a shattering void tier elite in this life, who else dared to claim the title of monarch or emperor? One as powerful as small Saber King was only a king, with a small word before it. Fist Emperor represented the pinnacle of the fist path, and claimed that anyone who used fists wasn't his rival. Only then could one be crowned with such a title. Ling Han said unhurriedly, believe me, he'll definitely live up to that name in the future. The greatest genius of the desolate north wasn't Qing, but this Rain Emperor. Comparatively, Qing still lacked that assertive domineeringness, so he served under Ling Han. If it were the Rain Emperor, no matter how much help or pressure he was given, he would only be grateful, and never submit. This was an emperor's domineeringness, and a characteristic that unparalleled elites had to possess. The people nearby obviously wouldn't believe it. Although spiritual infant tier experts were strong, the middle state wasn't lacking in deity transformation, heaven, and shattering void tier elites. With the suppression of 3 great level of elites, how could it be easy to claim the title of that emperor? Rong Qing and Rain Emperor were still fighting fiercely. Of the two, one was superior in martial arts skills, emitting azure divine light all over his body, and the other had formed Ray early on, with terrifying fist power. Even more, he had a natural sensitivity towards martial arts, and could improve during battle, becoming stronger the more he fought. After fighting for a day and a night, the situation was still at a stalemate. Eventually, the two shook hands and made up. The two were both geniuses in the way of the fist, and naturally appreciating each other's talents, they began to discuss once they descended down. Ling Han walked over with a smile, and said, "Lord Rain Emperor, long time no see." Ling Han. Rain Emperor looked over, and couldn't help but laugh out loud loftily. "I thought my cultivation speed was already fast enough, but compared to you, I'm immediately eclipsed." He just entered spiritual infant tier, yet Ling Han was already at high stage of the flower blossom tier. Although there was still the threshold of a large tier between them, he believed that for a freak like Ling Han, it wouldn't trap him for long. Ling Han was truly impressed with Rain Emperor. He could ignore the barrier of a large tier because he had experienced it before, but Rain Emperor came from the desolate north, yet relied on his own efforts and talents to break through the two large tiers of the flower blossom and the spiritual infant tier in the short span of 2 years. This was truly shocking. Even placed in the previous lifetime, Sword Emperor and the others wouldn't be comparable to him. Of course, this was because Rain Emperor was trapped too long in the spiritual pedestal tier, and absorbed the power of the nation for many years, only then allowing him to soar to the 9th heaven the moment he left the shallow waters. In the following days, Rain Emperor certainly wouldn't be able to maintain such high speed. Come, Mu Rong, let me introduce him to you. This man here is Ling Han." Rain Emperor grabbed Ling Han's hand and turned to look at Mu Rong Qing. "Flower blossom tier?" Mu Rong Qing revealed an astounded expression. He never wouldn't thought Rain Emperor would be cordial towards a flower blossom tier junior. "So what if it's flower blossom tier, you unconvinced or what? Uncle Rabbit will kick your face bloody." Who would have expected that the rabbit was the first to flip out? Pang, with the push of both feet, it kicked Mu Rong Qing's butt, and with a pang, Mu Rong Qing was thrust into the mud entirely. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.